Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. Notice the honorable member Mahi Paul making noise outside of his seat. Oh, okay. Honorable members, let's welcome the children from Marian Academy this afternoon and their teacher. And now invite the Honorable Minister of Public Works, the Honorable Bishop Juan Edgehill, to make his contribution. Try again.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
No starters yet. Try one more time at the podium. I would like to get your presentation from the podium. And give us a few moments to get a technician. Hold on. We won't. I want you to report.
We ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise this afternoon to join this debate on Budget 2024. And in doing so, sir, I must acknowledge the hard work, dedication, and commitment of my colleague who I've been working with for the past many years in government, in the person of Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh. And in doing so, sir, I want to also acknowledge the hard work of his staff at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, and in no less a manner, I would also like to acknowledge the hard work of my own staff at the Ministry of Public Works and all of its agencies. And may I say, sir, in this presentation, that I'm also recognizing and acknowledging the partnership that I enjoy with my minister, the Honorable Deodat Indar, the minister within the Ministry of Public Works. Mr. Speaker, there are several statements that I want to make before I go into my presentation and to deal with some rebuttals as well. Statements of fact. Number one, Guyana is experiencing a new paradigm of accelerated development. Statement of fact. All my colleagues on the other side will agree with me on that. Secondly, statement of fact. The PPPC is one of the most visible, transparent, efficient, sensitive, and responsive government that Guyana has ever seen. Statement of fact. In every region, in every community, the president, the cabinet, and all of their officers can be seen engaging people. So when we come to this house to present things, it's because we listen and we respond. Third statement of fact. Our actions and interventions are always people-centered. When we make decisions and interventions and there is policy formulation, we answer the question, how does this benefit the people? So when we come here to debate and to present our facts and present our projects and programs and policies for support, we answer the acid test. How does this benefit the people? And I will spend some time this afternoon speaking about how Budget 2024 benefits the people. Statement of fact. What is happening in Guyana now is that the latent potentialities of our people are being discovered, organized, and mobilized all across this country. We're not just talking about Guyana has the potential to do. No, we're not talking about what we have the potential to do. We have discovered, we are organizing and mobilizing those potentials for the development of Guyana. Statement of fact, number 5. Our goal and our mission of the team PPPC is to modernize and transform Guyana. We cannot continue to refer to ourselves as poor Guyana, old Guyana, poorest country in the Caribbean. We are modernizing and transforming Guyana. Statement of fact, number 6. We in the PPPC, we are not splurging, we are catalyzing. Statement of fact, and I will fill that case this afternoon. We're not splurging. So when I present to you what we're going to do with our money that has been allocated, you will see it's not splurging. And I will make the case that if we don't do it now, how much it will cost us 5 years and 10 years from now. And statement of fact number 7. We are utilizing our current opportunities. We have current opportunities that exist because of the global environment, because of what is happening in Guyana, because of the reality that we are now engaging in petroleum, but we're utilizing that opportunity to secure the future prosperity of Guyana. That's a statement of fact. Whatever we are doing is not just about now. We are securing the future prosperity of Guyana. So since we have gone through that, I want to address a few things. My very good friend, and I believe we get along quite well all these years that we have known each other, the Honorable Member, Kemred Ramtatan, stood up in this house and he made a very compelling statement that if it is not properly examined and scrutinized, people in Guyana could run away with the wrong impression. And I'm going to correct that now. The Honorable Member said that this budget caters for the contractor class. 1,000 people will benefit from this budget. And he was saying basically that in the capital budget, or the PSIP, for those who are listening, the Public Sector Investment Program, the capital budget is about $666 billion. And it is a fact that in the preparation of bills and estimates for projects, there's always a profit margin close to about 20%. So what he did was took out 20% of that, and that would take you to just over 120 billion. And he says 1,000 people are going to benefit from 120 billion. And 54,000 public servants and 72,000 pensioners are going to benefit from 121 billion. 1,000 of the rich people and 100 and something thousand of the poor people at the bottom suffering. And he showed that there is inequity in the distribution of resources. I wouldn't want to say that, but I like the sound of it, an intoxicated analysis. Mr. Speaker, what is the reality? Number one, the 72,000 pensioners, and I hope some of them are listening to me, they do not get support from the budget line that Mr. Ramjatan is talking about of employment costs of 121 billion. There's a separate budget line that I think in this year's budget, there's some $43+ billion allocated for pensioners. So you're wrong on that first point. And he knows that he's wrong on the first point. Secondly, sir, let me just start with the Ministry of Public Works. In the Ministry of Public Works alone, in 2023, we engaged almost 4,000 contractors. That's not the whole country. That's not the whole country. And you know something, sir? I'll give you a little breakdown. Because some people like to talk about the small contractors to the big contractors. In the category of 15 million and under, 1,438 contractors were engaged. 15 million and up, small contractors. 1,458 across the length and breadth of Guyana. Secondly, coming to that, in the middle, 15 million to 100 million at the Ministry of Public Works, not in the whole country, 601 contractors. At the Ministry of Public Works alone, Honorable Member Ramjatan, 100 million and over 114 contractors. Now, all right. Now listen to this. At the National Tender Board, I have been advised, Honorable Member Mr. Jones, I notice you're looking to me, and my sister, the Honorable Anna Ferguson, for more than 6,003 projects, more than 54,740 contractors submitted bids. So, you understand what is happening here, Mr. Speaker? So if the analysis starts on the wrong premise, the end result is on the wrong premise. So I stand here today to correct this fact that budget 2024 is for contractor class. Budget 2024 is for all Chinese. You know, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we have to do is to explain to people how the budget benefits them. Apart from the capital budget of $666+ billion, which is where people get projects and awards and contracts and the purchasing of capital, new contracts and businesses, some of them are rollover. In the current budget, which is the recurrent budget, I want the people to listen. Vehicle spares and maintenance. There's an allocation of $2 billion. You know what that means? All the vulcanizing shop, the tire shop, the mechanic shop, the man who got to sell the few car parts and so on. These are opportunities for them in the budget. Under other transport, the man who's renting taxi, bus, the hiring of boat, and all the rest of it in the interior, $2 billion. And these are not the contractors I just finished speaking about. These are just other suppliers. Under security, and I'm going to speak here now again, under security, where a number of our women are engaged. And this opposition, who likes to say they're championing the cause of women, you must explain to them why you're not supporting a budget where employment for them, security in the recurrent budget, it's almost $12.1 billion. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people benefiting from this in all 10 regions. In the budget line of equipment maintenance, $2.9 billion. In the budget line of refreshment and meals, the caterers and all the people who will provide for meetings and all the rest of it. There is money that is available there, some $541 million, cumulatively across the whole country in all the agencies and ministries. And the purchase of other goods and services under 6284 and 6294, $19 billion. And 19 billion and 8 billion. When you do the math, honorable member, you have almost $70 billion of opportunities. Taxi driver, minibus driver, boatman, mechanic, printer, stationery supplier, the plumber. And I haven't gone here with maintenance of roads and maintenance of our infrastructure and maintenance of drainage and irrigation. We haven't gone into that. This is just the ordinary. So I'm here to tell the people of Guyana, don't be fooled by people who told you that 34 is the majority of 65 and not 33. They're just doing it again in a different form. Don't let us mix it up. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, but it is 33. Are you not qualified to protect? Mr. Speaker, in the Ministry of Public Works, where there seems to be a very aggressive attack that the budget is heavy on infrastructure. Our total capital budget is $225 billion. The total budget of the ministry is $236 billion. My honorable friend and colleague, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport, Mr. Charles Ramson, when he debated, said, please explain to us which project you want us to drop. If you wouldn't like me to build the Demerara Harbor Bridge, stand up and say so now.
They want a 3-lane bridge. That's what they want.
You know why, Mr. Speaker?
They want 4-lane.
I was having a conversation. And just let me explain to the people of Guyana who are listening. Let's say the minimum wage is $80,000. Minimum wage. That's what the lowest salary somebody can be paid. And a man is trapped in traffic for 2 hours, 2.5 hours per day. It is costing that person a minimum of about $1,300 per day. Active, productive time at minimum wage value, $1,300. Multiply that 23,000 vehicles, 23 to 25,000 vehicles cross the bridge daily. Multiply that by 4. Minibus, big bus, canter, truck, taxi, private people bringing friends to work, school children. Multiply that by 4. And there's 92,000 right there to 100,000.
They're married.
And multiply that by the 1,300. And then multiply that by 300 days per year. Numbers getting too big. Tell me if you don't want it. All right. If you don't want the Hope-like canals that are being built in Region 5 and Region 6, let you say you represent farmers, stand up and tell us that you want those places to be flooded when there is heavy rainfall, and that you will provide them the subsidy to keep them going when they can't plant, and you will pay them for the cows and the sheep and everybody who's dying in those flood waters. We stand up now and tell us you don't want us to spend on that. I call on the honorable member. I could give you some of my time to tell the people why you don't want it. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, if they don't want us to bring gas to shore, to produce electricity, to bring down our electricity cost by 50%, which means that everything that depends on electricity, if the price for it is going to be manageable and go down. Tell us you don't want it. That is a real cost of living measure that will affect every household in Guyana.
And I wanted to be on record that Robert Sanders said it, yeah.
So, Mr. Speaker, if they don't want us to modernize the Cheddi Jagan International Airport, if they don't want us to bring in new airlines, if they don't want us to provide an opportunity in tourism so that employment could go to your children and your children's children, stand up and tell us now. And if you can't stand up and tell us now, shut up and go home.
You have to withdraw that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. If you don't want us to spend the money on navigational aids in our rivers, so that our ferries and our miners could move through safely day and night, stand up and tell us, take the money out now. If you don't want us to buy the vessels so that we could carry the pilots out to bring in the big vessels that need to come to Guyana in our river channel, stand up and tell us now.
The hospitals.
If you don't want us to maintain the current Yamara Harbor Bridge while we are building the new bridge, stand up and tell us now. If you don't want the community roads program, which has been allocated $70 billion to continue, so that the letters that you've been writing me, I could respond to you and say, you're going to do it because we have the money now, stand up and tell us now. I didn't bring the letters today, Mr. Speaker, because I respect my colleagues that they have the right to make representation for people. But if you're going to write me and ask me to fix the road, you've got to have the money in the budget to respond to you to fix the road. I heard an honorable member, she's not here, I don't know why, was talking about how we do no road in Haslington, we do no road and this, and we do no road in this. Listen. I want any of the members or the society at large to take photographs of the roads in Melanie. Being completed. Melanie Damishana.
Speak on to that one.
I believe that the honorable member, Mr. Devin Sayers, who spoke last night, I will spare Mr. Figueroa at this time. He has his own challenges. If the honorable member, Mr. Devin Sayers, would like to be honest, I want him to take out the 62 concrete roads that has been built in Linden, and the several other asphaltic concrete roads that have been built in Linden. Says we don't like the budget because they're spending the money on Linden. But you know something, Mr. Speaker? This new AFC government is like an abusive husband. Mr. Speaker, I'm making an analogy. In 2015, the girl fall in love with him. I promise you, you buy some diamonds, you catch up on vacation, he can carry her to heaven. And after 5 years of abuse and slap and beat down, he punished the father, he take away the water subsidy and electricity subsidy from the father.
Don't get what you want.
You don't get what you want.
Don't get what you want.
He turned around, he punished the children, the school grant that she was getting. Take it away. And the lady decided she can take a new partner. I hear you. The new partner that she has is carrying her in the King's Jubilee Wall of Maritime. And he said, I have a plan for Maida for you. When the lady, when the man is now buying, the current man is now buying and said, I'll buy you the, I had a plan to buy you a big one. This we hear all day. I had plans, I had plans, I had plans, I had plans, I had plans. It's reprogram, it's reprogram, it's reprogram. I don't buy a bigger one, it's rethink your tech, it's rethink your tech. You had the opportunity to treat the Guyanese people well, and you did not. You blew it. So don't come here now as if you are the epitome of righteousness to lecture us on this other side about how we run the country. If you will make criticisms, tell us what we could do better. Mr. Speaker.
There may be a reason for
Mr. Speaker.
And there may be a reason for that. Because we wouldn't listen.
I want to describe the Guyana that we are building. And at the same time tell you what is happening in every region and how everybody in Guyana will benefit from budget 2024. Let's start with Region 1. Right, we're going in order, Region 1. So we are building new stellings at Port Kaituma, Mabaruma, Marijuana. We have a new vessel that is plying the route, the MV Militia. That means we now have 3 vessels that is going to Region 1. We have built out the concrete roads in Matthews Ridge, continuing in Mabaruma, continuing from Maruka all the way down to Guyana. We are building out the infrastructure in Mabaruma. We're taking the road down to Hosororo. Region 1, the people are happy.
12 to 2 in Mabaruma.
Let's talk about Region 2. Where Mr. Holder is not here today, the honorable member, I apologize for his absence.
I might fall from Mabaruma at 10 o'clock.
The people of Region 2 are the happiest that they've ever been. You know what? People in Region 2 are happy because the services that are being offered by the Transport and Harbors Department have significantly improved. More trips, better timings. And you know something?
What was preventing them from doing?
The other day when I was making a trip to Region 2. The other day I was making a trip to Region 2. And a young boy was having his game And he was kind of uncomfortable and upset. And I said to him, what's the problem? He said, I don't have Wi-Fi. And that kid, when I tell you the PPP is sensitive and responsive, we have put Wi-Fi on the MV militia going to Region 1. Why can't we put Wi-Fi in the Sabanto, the Kano one, so that the people, when they're going home, 90 minutes, they could get their homework done and all the rest of it. We will continue to improve the service of Region 2. Region 3, wow! A new center, or I should say the epicenter of development in Guyana at this time. Housing, new malls, new development. But look at the improvement of the road infrastructure, sea and river defenses. In which you're just like the abusive man who said, we the plan to do that. Eureka Stelling is going to undergo major rehab. With the building of the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, connectivity from Region 3 and Region 4 is going to be like never before. The man from Tushen will be able to join a 4-lane highway from Schooner to Perico, get over the river and get to work in 20 minutes, reducing travel time, great accessibility. Let's come to Region 4. And, Mr. Speaker, I got to talk about Georgetown. Because sometimes people behave like if we're fighting to do things in Georgetown. I heard the other day a big set of complaining about the delays of Cemetery Road and Conversation Tree. Yes, they are delayed, but under my watch, under our watch, it will be completed. But look what is happening in Georgetown. The most visited place in Georgetown right now. The Kingston Seawall. And all those of you who are prepared to say you are representatives of people in Georgetown must go through Independence Boulevard on Saturday and Sunday and see how the people are enjoying the new development. Mr. Speaker, I happen to know that you visit that area because of your own background of living in that area.
Thousands of people out
there.
Honorable Minister, unfortunately, you don't have thousands of minutes. You will need an extension of 5 minutes to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for 30 minutes for the honorable member to share some more statements in this honorable house to conclude his statement.
Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you so graciously, sir. Region 5, farm to market access roads that are being developed and maintained. Region 6, listen, the Palmaro development, the municipal airstrip that has to be delivered out there, the hotels, the stadiums, the housing development, the expansion of the road to 4 lanes from Palmaro all the way out to Molson Creek. Do you want it or you don't want it? Region 7, the improvement of the airstrips in those areas, the building out of the roads, the particle stelling that is being rehabilitated, which should have been done since under the APNU AFC. Their plan started it and then we have to terminate and start over. Region 8, the hundreds of people who are engaged in roads that are linking their communities, the 300+ million that we've injected in those communities every year in community contracts to maintain those roads. Region 9, the connecting of Region 8 and Region 9. And I didn't tell you yet about the Linden to Letham Road that will benefit all of them because that's Region 10. I left it for the last. Region 10, the roads. Do you want the Wisma Bridge or you don't want it? You can't say you're supporting the bridge and you want supporting the budget and you want the bridge. Because we have gotten a better deal. 35 million for 4 lanes as against your 30 million for 2 lanes. I have put out the documents publicly.
Here. That's why David Patterson is not talking.
Do you want us to continue the road from Oriella to Kokwani? Do you want us to continue the opening up of the savannas for soya and corn with the road from Aichuni all the way to Takama? Do you want us to build the road from Millie's Hideout getting into Takama? Do you want it or you don't want it? If you want it, support Budget 2024. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that we're running out of time, but
We'll tell the whole country that
we got a labs. Our soils and materials lab at the Ministry of Public Work. Our designs department to improve the quality of what we are doing. Our inspectorate, the government electrical inspectorate. Do you want us to develop our shipping capacity at the Guyana National Shipping Corporation Limited so that we can bring in the cement and the aggregates and all that is needed for Guyana's development? Do you want us to collapse the Kanawaima ferry stelling while we are waiting on the Quarantine River Bridge, or do you want us to continue it? Do you want us to be able to start conceptualizing a new high-span bridge across the Berbice River? Do you want the Quarantine River Bridge? If your answers to that is yes, support Budget 2024. It is not just the fact that we are giving more money for pensions and more money for public assistance. It's not just the fact that we are cushioning the cost of fuel by ensuring we don't add any excise tax. Every family benefit from that just one measure. And let me show you. If we had to pay for the excise tax on fuel, Mr. Ramjatan's electricity bill would have gone up. Government is subsidizing Mr. Ramjatan's electricity bill by ensuring the price of fuel remains stable. What's in here? Just like you're doing for me, and just like you're doing for Auntie Sally in Crabwood Creek and Uncle Joseph in Region 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, my Guyanese brothers and sisters, Mr. Speaker, I rest my case in saying we must not come to the parliament and just oppose for opposing sake. You should come here and scrutinize and say we want the government to do these things, but we want them to do it better. We guarantee you, with the gold scholarship and the training that we're doing and the exposure of our people, we will continue to deliver with efficiency and give the Guyanese people value for money. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now for the very gracious Honorable Sherrod Duncan. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, when I hear the good bishop, I'm always reminded of when, just before Paul's conversion, when he was Saul, and he heard good preaching, he said, almost, you have persuaded me. Almost. You have persuaded me. And if verbosity could persuade, almost. We can't run from facts, Mr. Speaker. We can't run from facts. Be honest and true to his creed as a Christian, and I think he is. I have no doubt he is. He will note that the gas that we so depend on, and oil more so that we so dependent, That contract was signed in 2099. Let me start there. In 1999, rather. In 1999, that contract was signed. Hold on. You have made some slips, Manti Lion. You have made some slips. When sorrows come, Charles, they come not as single spies. They come not as single spies. In 1999, but it was the inept and incompetence of the PVP's foreign policy that kept us from benefiting from that. It was the consistent incursions in our exclusive economic zone out there by the Venezuelans that kept us from that largesse. It was the David Granger administration, wasn't it, that submitted in 2018 that matter to the ICJ. Let us be fair. Let us be fair. And where you got 1% royalty, wasn't it so? On that production sharing agreement of 1999, we got 2, but we didn't do anything. And we set the framework for the 2016 production sharing agreement, from which the honorable member, when Adjournment can come and boast of all of these projects. If the monies were there, Mr. Edgell, honorable member, let us be fair. These past 3 years have added to 26 years of the PPC and administration. Why didn't you deliver on a new Demerara Harbour Bridge? Why didn't you deliver on the Gas to Shore project? Why didn't you deliver on that new access road to the East Bank? If the monies were always there, if the brilliance was always there, let us be fair. You are benefiting from the brilliance of David Arthur Granger and those ministers that serve with him. Let us be fair. Let us also be fair. Minister Wanda Jill and Anand Prasad, let us be fair. You promised in your campaign, in your extract of a campaign manifesto, you were going to amend that production sharing agreement because we don't know what making deal. 3.5 years later, you have not changed a word. You have not changed a dot. You know why? Because the deal's sweet to fund all of your projects. Let us be fair. Sanctity of contracts. We have now gone behind that sacred veil. And you have declared sanctity of contract. You can't fulfill your promise that you have said in your campaign manifesto. It was a bad deal because you were Donald Trump and you could get a better deal. You are the deal maker. But change the contract. Stand on your promises and fulfill your promises in that campaign manifesto. Amend the contract. Get a better deal. Let us do that. Don't hide behind sanctity of contracts. When you got into office, Jill, there were already studies on your desk for the Gas to Shore project, far below the price you're not prepared to pay for it. It is a perfect deal you have set up. You can get manure, and you can get this and that. The only thing you can't get is investors. Why it hasn't started as yet? The Demerara Harbour Bridge wasn't the studies already done? Let us be fair, Bishop. If we have no interest in putting a new harbour bridge there, what? We were just wasting time doing studies? But that is how projects are done. The money was there. The studies were already done. And if we want to be fair, that area where that road now runs, the new access road of the East Bank, since in the 1970s, those were on the cards. I have lived in South Randolph for 30 years of my life, lived in the shopping plaza, understood poverty. You know what's the building on the right as you approach the Jumbie Board? Do you know what's the building on the right? Honorable Member Sonia Parag? Do you know what's the building on the right? Honorable Deodat Indar? Some of you heard about South Randolph for the first time on taking government. Don't come around, it's funny. Don't come around and be funny. That area on the right there, Greenwich Hill. If you've lived in South, you know that there's a ranking. Don't come around me funny. And on the left of that was a Chinese restaurant, it's now a dwelling place. Was a Chinese restaurant at the corner of Greenheart Street. And I've known all my life that road is dedicated to a highway. And that's why that land was never occupied. We didn't have the money to do it. Let us be fair. You didn't just swoop down and build that road in 3 years. The plans were already there. Let us be fair. You know what is poverty? Do you know what's poverty in this house? Poverty is going to the shop in East Rheinveld under the PVP government, and you buy a tennis roll, and the shopman's sorry for you, he dabbled butt in it. You buy $40 in milk, and they give you a spoon of sugar. Do you know what's poverty in this country? You know what's poverty? Some of you learned about East Rheinveld and Back Circle and Zenith when you came into government just now. Never visited those areas before. Give us a break in this government. We sat down and we craft a plan for the oil sector. In the production sharing agreement, we had an enemy at the gate in Venezuela. We tried to fend them off, taking that matter to the ICJ with the signing bonus. Where were you in defense of this nation? Where were you? Huh? Where were you? So we've had that. We've had that. I heard the honorable member talk about the boardwalk. Let us be fair. I sat in City Hall when the Ministry of Infrastructure came and did the consultation for that boardwalk. Hold on. And to show you where we are, that boardwalk was not the only project, that was part of the project. The boardwalk was to come from at the back of Starbuck Market for the seawall. Give us a break. Give us a break. You might not have seen the plan. You might not have heard anything, but we were busy working, fending off a government, foreign and domestic, and trying to move this country forward. I want us to be fair in the National Assembly. The 2024 budget, Mr. Speaker, it hit different. It hit different because you've had 4 hard budgets before and you thought this one was going to bring something to relieve the people that got to go and buy a tennis roll and give a dab of butter, $40 milk and put a little sugar. It was going to bring some relief to them. Alas, Mr. Speaker, it is abundantly clear. When I say it hit different, it's not a good way at all. And after again listening to the minister, the honorable member Wanajel, I'm reminded what Joel 2:28 says in the good book, that the old man shall dream dreams and the young man shall see visions, because he come out here selling us dreams. That's what he come out here doing, selling us dreams. I'm also reminded that this is the honorable gentleman with all that energy and verbosity who led a team who couldn't find 6 dead people on a boat. 6 dead people on a boat without an engine, moving at 6 nautical miles out in a westerly direction. And he wants to come and tell us about his vision. And all that he can do. 6 dead people in a boat without an engine. Couldn't find them. Shall I regale this National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, with what we found when we assumed office, the work we did, the roads we built? The PVP stood on the road in Latem and tell the people in Latem, they did nothing for you on the road that we built. The health infrastructure we put in, the piracy we attacked, the blackout issues we fix, the persistent poverty we engage in various mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, governments must work, and each successive government must work. You're not doing the people in this country a favor. You have to work. That is called progress. Each government building on the efforts of the next. And aren't you building on our progress? You have kept a wonderful man in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What's his name again? You're gone with the man you said didn't do nothing at GWI, who built hundreds of wells in this country, and it's not work. You have been impressed with. You go with him now, Ambassador, because you hope he can fix your mess on the border. Governments must work. And don't come here trying to tell us we didn't do anything. Let me tell you what we met, Mr. Speaker. I refer to Stabrook News editorial of June 1, 2015. Let me tell you what we met. That editorial is titled Sugar Crisis. Listen, that editorial is titled Sugar Crisis. Listen to what the editorial, this is June 1, 2015, Sugar Crisis. We just come into government. The mayor that year, was it? The editorial reads, June 1, 2015. While the party has remained silent on the virtual bankruptcy of Gaisuko, declared last week by its handpicked CEO, Rajendra Singh, the sugar unions and the majority of workers in the industry will know the problems accreted over the last decade and have gathered momentum and now threatens the survival of the heavy indebted corporation. Stabrook News, June 1, 2015, the bankrupt Gaisuko. Instead of showing leadership, the editorial goes on, Mr. Speaker. Required over the last 10 years, the PPPC has opted for innumerable excuses, kept on returning to the same pool of its loyalists in a bid to return the sugar corporation to viability. 2015, June 1, Stabrook News declared Gaisuko bankrupt. And yet you come here and you preach that we fail the industry. We were cleaning up your mess. That is what we were doing. And let us be honest. Kwame, the honorable member, who closed Diamond Sugar Estate? Where those houses stand in Diamond was lush green cane field. Who closed the Diamond Sugar Estate? And we bought for sugar. Let us be honest. Stabrook News, Wednesday, March 2010. Listen to the article. Listen to the article. Stabrook News, March 10. Right? March 10. It says here. Who closed the estate? Over 400 sugar workers staged an early morning protest at Plantation Diamond after Gaisuko failed to respond to letters seeking severance pay for workers who are to be transferred to other estates. 2010, the PP closed the Diamond Estate. Who closed the LBI Estate in 2011? Don't come to us funny until you are saviors of the sugar industry when you have been the undertakers. Don't do it. Don't come around us funny like that. Who closed the LBI Estate? The facts are stubborn things. And we know the rest, Mr. Speaker. The APNU AFC was on a course to right-size the industry. The PPP acknowledged that by their own actions, closing Diamond Sugar Estate, closing the LBI Sugar Estate. Let us be honest with the citizens of this country. Mr. Speaker, budget 2024 hit different. The words of our late, in the words of the Honorable Prince Roy Jordan, everywhere, the faces of Auntie Betty in Port Morant, Uncle John in New Amsterdam, Brother John from Cameroon. Can't catch yourself yet, Mr. Speaker, because 2024 budget, it hit different. But stay calm, Guyana. The APNU AFC is here. My colleagues laid out skillfully, articulately, methodically, and with coherence the arguments that should give pause to any government that demonstrates care and concern and enjoys a one-seat majority in the National Assembly.
I remember demonstrating some care and concern. I'll ask for 5 minutes for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I do request, like the Honorable Sodi Prime, that the Honorable be given 30 minutes to complete his presentation. But we'll accept 5 minutes, sir.
Honorable
Gracious, thank you very much.
Gracious Duncan.
Thank you very much.
You have 5 minutes to conclude from now.
Mr. Speaker, if we continue on this course, this is going to be a runaway constitutional government that continues in every stretch to break down the guardrails of democracy. Mr. Speaker, the government's amendment to the Fiscal Management and Accountability Act were deemed unconstitutional. The honorable member Onij Waldron's initial appointment as a minister in this house was deemed unconstitutional. The appointment of the parliamentary secretaries in this house was deemed. The DPP's power to direct magistrates, the arbitrary imposition of Haitians from traveling to Guyana. That's the kind of government we have if we don't rein them in. We have a plethora, a litany of other cases of an unconstitutional government that cannot be said to be on the right course. We have to change course, Mr. Speaker, because we're heading in the wrong direction. Housing, water, Mr. Speaker. Let me turn my attention there quickly. In true PPP fashion, you wait till the last 3 minutes and then you stick in something there. The Honorable Sir Ryan Kaulisar said he was a minister within the office of the president in 2000. He said that they had catapulted housing in relatively a very short space of time. They were aiming to revolutionize the housing industry with about 20,000 houses per year. Now, if you've been in government for 23 years and given 20,000 houses per year, do the math. Well, the PPP max never max in. The PPP max never max in. Do the max. And you will see where we are. We travel this country, Mr. Speaker, in closing up. And when we listen to the presentation, for instance, of the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, we're frightened. What a beauty. We were there in Region 1 at Imbatero, Mr. Speaker. You have to look the citizens there in the eyes. An enemy at the gate in Venezuela, and they ask you, what's happening? Went to Imbatero, went to Yarakita, not a government minister inside, everybody frightened. The Honorable Vice President himself said it sounds as though Delcy's going to be in Georgetown next week. They were frightened. They're asking us in Imbatero what's happening. Because we joined with them in solidarity on the Venezuelan issue. We said, the government got this. They never showed up at Imbatero. And the rest is history, Mr. Speaker. They've never had to look people in the eye who are fearful for their lives. And when we listened and hope for a glimmer, a sliver of hope in the Foreign Affairs Minister, we still waiting. No housing project is going on in Region 1, save Pukrit, which was started under the APNU AFC. At 5 miles, the project there is stalled, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the people of 5 miles said, ask us to deliver a message to the Honorable Colin Crowell, who said in 2021, water was coming to 5 miles at the end of the month. They're still waiting. They said, so long we are see you. Region 8, the Salbora is contaminated. People taking water, Mr. Speaker, from the Salbora and selling it back to citizens. And we know right here in Georgetown that the Honorable Member Wanajil pontificated so much about the water coming through it. Look like the color that Anuk uses at his party color. It's orange, Mr. Speaker. It's orange. But we got a long way to go. Region 9, Mr. Speaker. Region 9 is a sad case. I heard the Honorable Member talk about connectivity. In Region 9, in a village called Tiger Pond, beautiful village, beautiful people. There's an ICT hub there, equipment inside and locked up. Why? Because the new AFC built it. At Karasabai next door, there's an equal ICT hub there, equipment inside, locked up. They refuse to touch it. Why? Because the APNU AFC built it. Well, the things they are building, like the Ferrara Bridge, is stalled. The Karasabai Secondary School, Minister of Education, is stalled. We want our children to go to school, to get the kind of education they desire. This budget could be a good budget. but you have to embrace the inputs from the parliamentary opposition. And together, we can move this country forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, members of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much, gracious Duncan, honorable member. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Water, the Honorable Susan Rodriguez, to make her contribution. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat in this National Assembly over the last 4 days, and I watched as opposition member after opposition member approach the podium and deliver a theatrical performance as though we are being scored on the delivery as opposed to the content of our presentation. I believe the honorable member confused for a moment where he was. I think he thought he was in the ring, but he's in the National Assembly. And we were treated a few moments ago to a very vulgar presentation. And because
Honorable member, you can't impute on the minister. Please withdraw that.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. A comical presentation would be comical if it wasn't so serious, because it was laden with false information. Mr. Speaker, everybody in this country knows that oil was discovered in May of 2015 under the People's Progressive Party civic government. Mr. Speaker, in 1999, under the exploration license that was signed by the then President Janet Jagan, exploration license, not an agreement. When that license was signed, we had no proven reserves. Exploration was risky business. Risky business, Mr. Speaker. But in 2016, after oil was discovered in 2015, and as a matter of fact, they said it was a gimmick. They said it was an election gimmick. That's what they said when oil was discovered and the announcement was made in 2015. Nevertheless, in 2016, when they went to renegotiate the contract to sign the production sharing agreement, for the 1% extra that he boasts and brags about at the podium, for the 1% extra, we had 3 billion proven barrels of oil reserves.
And oil was already over $100.
It was not risky business then. It was proven reserves. And they got a 1% increase, Mr. Speaker. So
And they locked us in with the
it was total rubbish what we were just exposed to from the honorable member. And then, Mr. Speaker, how can we forget when they renegotiated this contract and renegotiated 1% for the Guyanese people? They also renegotiated $18 million in a signing bonus for which they hid from the Guyanese public for over 1 year. And why
Again, don't follow some of your colleagues, lies on parliamentary. Please. You are very implicated.
They concealed the truth from the Guyanese people about the 18 million signing bonus. And then in fact said they thought it was a gift. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Duncan spoke about constitutionality. Imagine the APNU AFC speaking about constitutionality when the Guyanese people saw constitutional violation after constitutional violation for the entire term of the APNU AFC term in government. From the appointment of the GCON chairman to the elections petition, one after the other. In fact, the CCJ ruled that the president violated the Constitution, the then president, David Arthur Granger. First time ever in history of our country. So, Mr. Speaker, and there are, I can't waste this time that I have here, because if I go one point after the other that the Honorable Sherrod Duncan made there, I will use up my 30 minutes or 35 minutes of this presentation. So we'll split up the response to the Honorable Duncan, because I believe we have a duty to the people who are watching us. They want to know, how does this budget impact my life? What is in this budget for me? That's what the people expect to hear from us when they tune in to these debates. And I want to spend a little bit of time on infrastructure. It is convenient to say that infrastructure will benefit the private sector or benefit contractors. It's convenient to say that because there's no other criticism. And we were in here for 4 days now already. Not a single constructive criticism of our infrastructure program. Not a single constructive criticism. None of these investments, Mr. Speaker, are consumption-based. All of this, majority of the investments we are making is on capital expenditure, building infrastructure for the future, sustainable infrastructure. All of our spending is on things that add value to people's lives. And the Honorable Kemraj Ramjatan in his presentation, while he attempted to critique the infrastructure budget, I believe he went too far. He went too far because they used this argument before, Mr. Speaker. This is a recycled argument about slush funds and corruption and so on from 2015. It was even in their manifesto in 2015 about reaping the democratic dividends, when they said that there was 28 to 35% procurement fraud and that they'll be able to save this money. So it's a recycled argument because they went into government and they didn't find any of this corruption that they said existed. As a matter of fact, they have members on their side who are now before the court charged with fraud when they were in office. So they never found this democratic dividend. So it's a recycled argument, and they've reworked the argument now and say that this is going to result in a caste system. But Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the facts. Now, the fact is, take housing, for example, our infrastructure spending. In 2019, the CHPA said they will deliver 5,000 house lots per year. And the CEO then, Mr. Leland Saul, was giving an interview, and he said, I want you to, quote, I want you to understand it costs approximately $3 million to develop a house lot. And he's right, Mr. Speaker. He's right. He was right in 2019. Now, in the year 2024, in our budget, the cost for infrastructure, for first phase infrastructure is estimated at $2.5 million per house lot, and an additional $1 million when we do the upgrade to the asphalt, put in the pure line distribution network for water, electricity, and so on. So we're working with an estimate of $3.5 million per house lot. This is 5 years after the APNU AFC government said they were spending $3 million per house lot. Just $500,000 increase. $500,000. The point I'm making is that there's no slush fund lying around the place that can be used to facilitate corruption. It is patently false. And the Honorable Member Kem Ramjatan knows that. It is false. We now have to struggle to find contractors to build houses in the housing sector because the cost is so low. Anybody who wants to construct a house now knows that if they have to construct that same home on their own, it will cost them more. It is costing less through the housing program because we are utilizing economies of scale. This is a lean budget, Mr. Speaker. It is a lean budget, and we are using it to add value to people's lives. It is convenient to say it's for corruption and all of that. That's very convenient, but it is not true. So, and Mr. Speaker, we have reports. We have the IMF who came here in September 2023, and they said the staff commend the authorities' progress in strengthening AML, CFT, governance, anti-corruption frameworks, and support further advances in their effective implementation. Mr. Speaker, the report said several pillars of the anti-corruption framework has been further strengthened, including the Integrity and Public Procurement Commission was pulling blinders over the eyes of the public. But they walk around with blinders on now, Mr. Speaker. They walk around with blinders. Now, infrastructure is so much more than building roads and bridges. The opposition would want you to believe that that is the beginning and the end of the story. It's not so. There has been a lot of research conducted and peer-reviewed academic papers. By the way, we were treated to a lot of presentations today with opinions. Not today alone, the last 4 days of opinions. There's been a lot of research conducted and peer-reviewed academic papers written on the link between investment in infrastructure and economic growth. There are also studies done on bridging the global infrastructure gap and studies on how developed countries have harnessed infrastructure and technology to propel development and reduce poverty, while developing countries have been unable to achieve similar levels of development, and huge portions of their populations remain impoverished because of a lack of basic infrastructure. The evidence suggests that infrastructure is essential for a strong economy and has the potential to lift families out of poverty by reducing inequalities. One academic paper written by Cesar Calderon and Luis Cerven, two leading World Bank economists conducted a study in Latin America over 100 countries and provided an empirical evaluation of the impact of infrastructure development on economic growth and income distribution. The empirical strategy involves the estimation of simple equations for GDP growth and conventional inequality measures, augmented to include infrastructure quantity and quality indicators, in addition to standard controls. The results are that, Mr. Speaker, one, growth is positively affected by the stock of infrastructure assets, and two, income inequality declines with higher infrastructure quantity and quality. These two results combined suggest that infrastructure development can be highly effective to combat poverty and income inequality. And that is what the people at home need to know. And then they understand, how does this translate to my life? So how so, you might ask? Well, by providing jobs. Many of my colleagues spoke at length about the impact that the infrastructure program will have on our economy by ensuring people have access to safe drinking water, to food, building the farm to market roads, access to shelter or housing, quality health care, schools for education. These are basic human rights, Mr. Speaker. And we haven't gotten to other things like affordable electricity, internet connectivity, and so on. And then what must we do also with the pleas of the residents who come to our community meetings? Are we supposed to ignore the pleas of residents at community meetings for better roads? All my colleagues here are in the fields. Regardless of their portfolio, whenever they go to community meetings, the number one complaint is the state of the roads. Must we not respond to those people? Must we not respond to the people of Region 3 who are punishing every day, spending hours in traffic, losing hours of productivity, time that could have been spent at work or with their families? Must we ignore them? Must we not build the bridge? Must we not build the Wismar-Mackenzie Bridge? My friend and colleague, the Honorable Figueroa, spoke. He made several good contributions and suggestions about Region 10. But my friend, many of the investments you spoke about depend heavily on physical infrastructure. Capital investment, private capital investment would not come to Region 10 if people have to wait to cross a one-lane bridge. So all of these investments depend on the implementation of basic infrastructure. And Mr. Speaker, we will not be shamed. They came here to attempt to shame us into not spending this money on infrastructure. We will not be shamed into not investing in our people. We will show how this investment will benefit people and will improve the quality of life in the long term. In the long term. Let me turn to housing for a bit. Mr. Speaker, we get a lot of criticism in the housing sector. And we get a lot of undue criticism sometimes because we are a fruit-bearing tree. The Ministry of Housing is a fruit-bearing tree. That's why we get criticism. You ever see anybody throwing sticks at a tree with no fruit? They throw sticks at a fruit-bearing tree. And they're envious of the work in the housing sector because they never understood the housing sector. They never understood, Mr. Speaker. They don't know how to do it. It's hard work. It takes hard work, and it takes a carefully crafted strategy to deliver affordable housing to every sector or every segment of our population across our 10 administrative regions. So to avoid criticism, they say nothing, do nothing, be nothing. We are not a do nothing government, Mr. Speaker. The housing program under this PPPC government is the most successful ever in the history of our country. It is unparalleled anywhere in the world and certainly cannot be compared to the mediocrity offered by the APNU, AFC while they're in government. The housing sector, the progress of the housing sector is visible for all to see. It is visible. You can see it. You can feel it. You can touch it. You can measure it. Just go on social media. Hundreds of people receiving their house lots over the last few weeks. Happy faces of smiling people who are receiving their house lots, who are receiving an asset for the very first time in their lives. How can we forget the 5 years of neglect in the housing sector under the APNU AFC coalition? Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC allocated 7,534 house lots from June 2015 to August 2020, 7,534. And as a matter of fact, it declined. If you look at the pattern, in 2016, they delivered 2,020. In 2017, 1,131. In 2018, 934. It was going down. If they didn't use the no confidence motion, I don't know what would have happened the next year in 2019, because they also made no capital investment for 3 years. No capital investment in the budget for infrastructure development in the housing scheme. And they wonder why. And they wonder why. This is why, Mr. Speaker, the only thing they offer the Guyanese people in the 5 years they were there is a jubilee discount of 50% on the last 50% of their cost for the house lot. You don't need to give a discount on something that is already 90% subsidized. Is that a strategy? Is that a plan? That is not a plan. It's not a strategy.
Just say you had it fund in the back pocket.
Mr. Speaker,
Never show.
30,355 Guyanese are now landowners and homeowners. 13,834 women are empowered with ownership and can chart a course for their own lives. 16,094 young people are asset owners and now have their entire lives to build up their net worth. They said we were talking in percentages. So I'm not talking in percentages. I'm giving you real figures. I'm giving you numbers. 28,016 people received low, moderate, and middle income house lots. 28,000 low, moderate, and middle income families received their house lots in 3 years, Mr. Speaker. In 3 years. Mr. Speaker, as part of our program, we have to spend money to acquire new lands for housing. We have acquired 51 new areas for the Central Housing and Planning Authority for the period August 2020 to 2023 for new housing development. And Mr. Speaker, for this year, 2024, 10,000 house lots will be delivered to Guyanese of every income category. Mr. Speaker, another common criticism made in this house is that we're using oil money. We're using oil money. Mr. Speaker, that's not the point, Honorable Duncan. Wait for it. So they use that to justify the expenditure. But Mr. Speaker, let me tell you what they did in 2017. In 2017, they budgeted $5.8 million for housing development. not from the consolidated fund, from the housing fund. They earmarked $5.8 billion for housing development in 2016. The year is 2016. Mr. Speaker, out of that $5.8 billion, you know what they spent? They spent 12%. 12% of $5.8 billion. And the minister at the time had to come to the parliament when she was debating the 2017 budget and explain why she only spent 12% of the budget in 2016. And then money to spend, Mr. Speaker, they don't have to spend money. They don't have to spend money because if you don't have a vision, you can't spend the money. If you don't have a plan, you can't spend the money. So your argument about oil money is null and void. You have to have sense to spend money. And I questioned in this house already the qualification of the members on the opposite side of the house. Because if they're not qualified, how can you trust them to run an oil economy?
They're clueless on income.
They're clueless. And it's competence, 12% of your budget, and you want to spend oil money? We cannot allow that, Mr. Speaker. The people of this country deserve better than that, Mr. Speaker. We don't have any time to lose. The people need a government with a vision and with a plan, and with people who work hard, and with people who know how to implement a budget. And they have that with the People's Progressive Party Civic. Mr. Speaker, there are several other initiatives to support home ownership because our focus has been on making home ownership affordable. We reversed VAT on locally produced building and construction materials. VAT was subsequently removed from sheetrock and concrete boards. And then subsequently, cement was zero rated as of April 2022 to help with ensuring that home ownership becomes more affordable. To facilitate affordable financing for home ownership, we've collaborated with the commercial banks, and this has resulted in reduced interest rates at mortgage institutions. Taking into context, a global context where interest rates are rising as a result of inflation in Guyana, interest rates have reduced under this government. And this is credited to the government's housing program. The government raised the NBS mortgage ceiling to $20 million to give low-income and middle-income families access to more financing so they can build bigger homes or homes that are of a better quality. They cut it in half when they were in government. That's the mortgage interest relief. The mortgage interest relief ceiling was cut in half when the PNU-AFC was in government. We raised it from 15 million to $30 million when we came back into government. We promote home ownership, particularly among youths and young professionals, through tax and other incentives, such as the mortgage interest relief. The housing construction program, where we didn't promise to build houses in our manifesto, but because we wanted to promote occupancy in our areas and promote home ownership, we've started the construction of low, moderate, and middle-income homes, including the young professional homes. We've offered the steel and cement subsidy program so that we can help people to get started with their foundation using the value of their land and the value of the steel and cement to cover their down payment at the banks. And in fact, the banks have been so responsive that NBS now does not even require a down payment. You're automatically qualified when you are given a piece of land to start building your home. Compliments of the policies of the People's Progressive Party Civic. We've promoted partnerships and incentivized private sector involvement in the sector, such as through the Building Expo. And Mr. Speaker, we have to talk about the impact of our housing program. So let's look at the growth in the construction sector. The Honorable Minister, Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, reported to this House that there's been growth in the construction sector by 26.8%. And that mortgage and real estate loans increased to 22.5%. More than double the figure of 2022. In 2022, it was 9.8. It is now 22.5%. Mortgage and real estate loans. This is ordinary Guyanese we're talking about, Mr. Speaker. Ordinary Guyanese. Let's look at the housing portfolio at the commercial banks. NBS, I'll use three. NBS in 2020, the total mortgage portfolio was $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. You know what it is today, Mr. Speaker? $19 billion. NBS alone. One institution. One.
Ordinary Guyanese family.
GBTI, July 2020, $6.2 billion. 2023, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the total housing loans at GBTI value $15.8 billion. At Demerara Bank in 2020, $9.7 billion. 9.7. July 2020, you know, I'm giving them the raw figures for when they were in government. July 2020, $9.7 billion. December 2023, $21 billion.
Fine.
You think people would invest in an economy that is not doing well? You think people will not acquire assets in an economy that they don't have confidence in?
Government that they love.
And this is ordinary people we're talking about, Honorable Kemraj Ramjitan. This is not contractors. This is the ordinary mortgages, the values at the local banks.
To know why you're sitting.
Honorable Minister, you need an extension to conclude.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'd love to give her the rest of the afternoon if that's fine with you. But I'll ask for the honorable member to conclude her presentation.
Take my time.
Thank you, Honorable. 5 minutes to conclude, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As usual, every debate, I run out of time. There's so much to talk about, Mr. Speaker. Let me go over to water very, very quickly. Mr. Speaker, access to potable water currently stands at 97.3% on the coastline. More than 35,000 residents nationwide received first-time access to potable water in the past 3 years. 35,000 residents. Mr. Speaker, we've ensured that water rates remain affordable. VAT was removed from water. You would recall that the APNU, they come here and they talk about their love for people and poor people. They raised water tariffs twice in 2018 and 2019, 100% increase in water tariffs. Plus they imposed a monthly fixed charge. They took away the pensioner subsidy for water. We have restored the subsidy for the pensioners, and they claim to love the working class people. We've reduced tariffs by 5%, and we have been subsidizing the cost of fuel to ensure that rates remain stable. Mr. Speaker, we have expanded treated water. Our program is that we will increase coverage on the coastline from 52% to 90% by 2025. And that work has started already. 7 water treatment plants are under construction. 5 are at the tender process right now. And we will ensure that we increase our water coverage to 90%. But I want to move across quickly to the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, water supply increased in the hinterland from 46% in 2020 to 82% at the end of 2023. 82%. Through budget 2024, we will achieve 93%. And by the end of 2025, we will have 100% access in the hinterland. Mr. Speaker, let me give the per capita figures for water in the hinterland. Let me demonstrate their love and care for poor people. Mr. Speaker, in Region 1, under the APNU AFC administration, the per capita investment was $12,471 per person, per capita. You know how much it is now? $24,304 per person in Region 1. In Region 7, they love Region 7. The per capita investment was $6,140 during the APNU period. Today, Mr. Speaker, it is $59,691 we are investing per person in Region 7. Who loves Region 7? Who loves the people? In Region 9, it was $8,847 per person. We are investing, Mr. Speaker, in one person in Region 9, in water alone, $65,918. Mr. Speaker, a total of 75 new wells have been completed from 2020 to 2023, benefiting 30,000 people. In 2024, we propose to drill 40 new wells with 15,100 beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, they say that people cannot eat the roads, but they can certainly drink from the well. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to reference a remark by the opposition leader at a rally recently. He said, when we get political power, we will use that political power to serve our people. When he said this, Mr. Speaker, immediately preceding that comment, he said that he told his supporters that while the APNU AFC was in office between 2015 and 2020, many of the staff they inherited sabotaged them. And so when they get political power, they will use the power to serve our people, their people, PNC people. Sounds familiar? Sounds familiar? PNC people can get what? Sounds familiar? That is your nature. That is your nature. And the people have to recognize that this group of people will be a vengeful group of people. They will be vengeful. We cannot allow them. The people at home need to remember that we cannot allow them anywhere near the seat of government again, because they will rule with vengeance. They will rule with vengeance. They have demonstrated their incompetence and they are incapable of generating wealth for this country, Mr. Speaker. They're incapable of generating wealth and unfit to run an oil economy. And Mr. Speaker, I fully commend Budget 2024 for passage in this honorable House.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And now we have the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, to make her presentation.
Mr. Speaker, a pleasant afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker. But before I get into my presentation this afternoon, let me say to the honorable member who went just before me that based on her ending not so long ago, give the impression that the coalition government or persons were fearful of the coalition government while in office. But may I remind the honorable member that when we took office, Guyanese were not fearful to do whatever they wanted to do. So I just want to set the record straight. Mr. Speaker, also, my colleague on the opposite side, Comrade Sheila Virsami, yesterday made reference about the coalition stopping the project at Sheriff and Sheriff Mandela project. I would like to encourage the honorable member to read the article published by Stabrook News dated November 19, 2019, which captioned, IDB suspends dollars for Sheriff Street Road project over violation. So once you read the article, honorable member, you will have a true picture of what would have caused the project to cease at that time. Thanks for the acknowledgement, Mr. Speaker. I rise from this side of the House to contribute to the debate Sheriff Street 2024 under the theme, Staying the Course, Building Prosperity for All, quote and unquote. It's classified as an enormous budget ever pegged at 1.146 trillion. Wow. Which is 46.6 more than budget 2023. And to express my disappointment and to say that the budget team aptly describes the nature of the PPP and to ask a rhetorical question, who are they staying the course for? And at the same time, building prosperity for which all. I have listened to members' presentations over the last 72 hours. And must admittedly state how extremely disappointed and embarrassed I am, to say the least, as members of Parliament, when we are expected to act honorably and respectfully to one another. However, unsurprisingly, honor and respect are no longer displayed in this House. And unfortunately, I have grown accustomed to the fabrication by those on the opposite side. It has become ingrained in their DNA, and the only thing that manifests from them, it only shows how much people will go to maintain political dominance. This National Assembly has been with us long before our independence and remains with us years after. Leaders born before us have left an indelible mark of stalwartness, which we should sustain. However, we are on a moral and professional decline. Mr. Speaker, I believe the time is now for us to mature, seek common grounds, and build a cohesive National Assembly where we agree to disagree with each other respectably and responsibly. As current leaders, we must chart that course for future leaders. Mr. Speaker, while listening to an almost 6-hour presentation by Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh, several thoughts ran through my mind, which I have yet to come to grips with. I tried processing the theme and can only endorse what my colleagues from this side have been saying, that the friends of the PPP, the families of the PPP, and the favorites of the PPP will ascend the ladder of affluence, since they are geared to benefit tremendously from budget 2024, to build their empire of prosperity on the backs of the vulnerable, the poor, and public servants. Sir, here is a quote from Proverbs 14:31, and it says, I quote, "Whosoever oppresses a poor man insults his maker, but he who is generous to the needy honors him," unquote. I use this scripture to make this analogy of what currently exists in our society today. That is, people experiencing poverty continue to be oppressed, while the government's modus operandi is to invest in infrastructure. I say lucidly, Mr. Speaker, that I have absolutely no trouble with infrastructure development. But I am not against infrastructure. I am, sir, an advocate for human development. However, I detest the neglect of the poor. We're all Guyanese and the world are aware that nefarious activities have become ingrained in the contracts associated with infrastructural development, and this seems to be acceptable in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I opine that the actions of the PPP are heartless, uncaring, and brutal to its citizens. Guyana's current poverty rate stands at 48%, yet budget 2024 has absolutely nothing to change their social status. Mr. Speaker, as I tear the layers of this budget away, I am convinced that the large sum of money touted is just to entice the population. I would only categorize it with these descriptive, Mr. Speaker: an insult to Guyanese, a betrayal to Guyanese, a deception for Guyanese. Budget 2024, borrowing from renowned writers such as J.H.K. Lal, it is the autonomy of a crime against the people, and a three-card trick borrowed by renowned economist Dr. Raul Lucas. Notwithstanding the flurry of descriptive, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded of the famous quote by America's 16th president, the late Abraham Lincoln. And these are the words he had to say, Madam Speaker: "You can fool some of the people all the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all of the time," unquote. You can fool the population of this country will not allow themselves to be caught in the misinformation and misguidance by the PPPC regime, where budget 2024 is concerned. Additionally, I wish to debunk the flawed utterances by honorable members of this House, those aligned to PPP and the chief of all decisions maker, who is never ever present in this House, Mr. Bharat Jagdeo, who perpetuate that budget 2024 has positives for the ordinary citizens of my beloved nation. I have examined cover to cover the budget 2024 speech and estimates to find these so-called positives. I have only identified the following. It is boneless. It is anti-poor and geared towards creating extreme hardships for the ordinary people of this land. Mr. Speaker, much have been said. Madam Speaker, much have been said about the David Granger-led administration and this People's Progressive Party Civic. But let me do a comparative of the two governments. In 2015 to 2019, the budget of the coalition was pegged at $1.2 trillion. The difference, while the budget of the People's Progressive Party, Civic, over the last 3 years has spent close to $3 trillion. The difference between these budgets is that the coalition had, as I said before, a cumulative budget of 1.2 trillion without all these revenues, and would have accomplished a magnitude of things in less than 5 years. Let me remind my friends across the aisle, what did we do? Increase salaries for public servants by 77%. Isn't that remarkable? We repaired many debilitated structures. We addressed electricity woes. We improved water supply on a 24 hours basis. We reduced the imposed 16% VAT by 13%. Madam Speaker, we also increased old age pension from $13,000 to $20,500. What else we did? We increased NIS minimum wage from $21,352 to $35,000. We restored the rule of law, narco operations minimized, non-politicizing of the disciplinary forces, a professional public service. Madam Speaker, we frequently hear the disposal income talked up by the PPP. Well, let me share what the coalition's disposable income was. And this is what the Honorable former Minister of Finance, Mr. Winston Jordan, had to say during his budget presentation in 2017. If the dollars and cents test is applied, the results are clear. There can be no question that people, public servants, have more in their pockets now than in 2014. The minimum wage has been increased by 38% in May 2015. The minimum wage was $39,540. Today, that's then, it was $55,000. That represents a considerable increase of $15,460. What else we did? The income tax threshold has been increased from $50,000 to $60,000, a 20% in less than 2 years. There have been 2 Christmas bonuses in 2015 and 2016, totaling $75,000. We had $50,000 in 2015 plus $25,000 in 2016. It was the first time that an across-the-board Christmas bonus was paid. The PPP administration limited Christmas bonuses to the security services, leaving all other public servants empty-handed at Christmas time. Well, earlier, I alluded to the fact that the VAT was reduced by us. What else we did? The VAT exempt threshold has been increased from $10 million to $15 million. There has been a new personal income tax, 28% to 40%, which allows for greater deductions versus the rate of 30%. It is under the PPP government. On the other hand, the PPPC regime's 5th budget thus far has surpassed the coalition's, giving us a cumulative amount of some $3 million. However, though, 2 budgets were deemed prosperity for all. Guyanese are tasting the bitter end of the stick every day. Many have complained that it is worse under the PPP than the coalition government. The PPPC regime has access to the nation's oil resources, but rather than making all Guyanese happy, this is what they have endured for the last 3 years. The high cost of living, an unprofessional and highly politicized discipline force, corruption, malpractices by office holders at the peak, domestic violence on the increase, defiance of the rule of law, from a promised elections campaign of 50% increase in salaries for public servants to 21.5%. no increase in the minimum wage for public servants, high road accidents, a misdemeanor of a minister in public office who subsequently tendered his resignation after public outcry. Still waiting on soon to be found to be served with documents by the frequent missing in action member, Honorable Jagdeo. Still to account to the nation of the mysterious US $211 million after cost recovery audit, political victimization, irregular parliamentary sittings, non-convening of parliamentary standing committees, resuscitation of the narco trade in Guyana. This is what we have endured over the last 3 years, Madam Speaker. More prosperity for all.
Honorable member, did you just say resuscitation of narco trade in Guyana?
Yes.
Do you have evidence of this?
Well, you don't see the ships leaving the country and all kind of things. The ships leaving the token, Madam Speaker, and I bring the reports, Madam Speaker. And the department report I laid to the National Assembly.
Please, honorable member.
Will do, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what prosperity for all when lands occupied by ordinary Guyanese, predominantly single women with children, were flooded in September 2020. Madam Speaker, what prosperity for all when lands occupied by residents in the Caneview area of Maka were bulldozed and live animals buried on January 2023. Madam Speaker, what prosperity for all when Hillfoot, Susdyke, Linden Highway residents had their lands and their personal belongings bulldozed in June 2023. May I say to the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh, that Guyanese are tired of the whirling chorus of rigged elections, quote and unquote, in his budget presentations since 2020. It will serve the honorable member well to desist from these utterances, since a competent court of law is yet to pronounce whether GRE 2022 were rigged. Also, these matters are sub judice and should not be made mention in this National Assembly. Madam Speaker, as I prepare to focus my presentation on the sector for this debate, I wish to express my disquiet of the comments contained in the Honorable Dr. Singh's speech in para 4.227. Page 83 of 115, under the head procurement. In simple layman context, Madam Speaker, the honorable member in his failed attempt tried to hoodwink Guyanese into believing that all is well at MPTAB, when the entire world is cognizant that contracts are being awarded to companies lately created, lacking experiences, and in many cases awarded to persons who are closely aligned to the PPPC. Our arrangements, Madam Speaker, are privately made at a known residence on the east coast of Demerara. Madam Speaker, I join with my colleagues in expressing my gross displeasure, disappointment, and dissatisfaction in the PPPC regime regarding the measures announced by Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh. Despite the regime's attempt to justify the figures post-budget presentation by their colleague, Honorable Dr. Singh, the different commentaries by pro-PPPC activists, and the various letters published, these cannot erase the sentiments expressed to me as a legislator by ordinary Guyanese who felt cheated, disrespected, and lesser as citizens. The questions I have become immune to every day, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Where is the oil money going? We will benefit from this $1 trillion budget, Ms. Ferguson. The opposition must fight for us. What these people doing with we money? There is no hope for the ghetto youth, and this is one ghetto youth, addressing me. What these people believe is only them and their families must get rich off our monies. It's only them must live the prosperous life. The only word these people want to give ghetto youths is cleaning roads and gutter. Let them people know that we deserve the prosperous life. The oil money belongs to us, and this constant 25,000 handout cannot cut it. It is a known fact that our nation's resources without oil was better managed by the Granger-led administration. MP Ferguson, we were enjoying the start to a good life. We could have saved after spending. These expressions, Mr. Speaker, were attributed by a mixture of Guyanese, predominantly women, being the dominant factor. Mr. Speaker, when I examine these announced measures contained in the Honorable Member Dr. Singh's budget speech on pages 99 to 105 of 115, empathy stepped in, and I continue to question myself. How are ordinary Guyanese coping daily? Starbuck News, we have heard all the reports over the last 72 hours of how, Guyanese have been complaining bitterly. Mr. Speaker, I turn our attention to the housing sector, which is of interest to me, since I believe much justice is not given to those who are deserving to benefit. In accordance with the Act of the CHNPA, which clearly defines, Mr. Speaker, that its core creation is to provide housing for working class, quote and unquote. Mr. Speaker, there has been a major deviation from this law pre-May 2015, and it has become much pervasive since August 2020. We have been reading of the malpractices at the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, just a couple weeks ago, the very Ministry of Housing had to put out a press release, which one woman, it was discovered that one person had three house lots from the Central Housing and Planning Authority, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when one listens to the propaganda promulgated by my colleagues on the opposite side of the House, who have responsibilities for the housing and water sectors, they get the impression that these sectors came into existence post-May 2015 and the coalition did nothing, which is far from the truth. However, Guyanese are aware of what existed pre-May 2015. There was no housing policy, since whatever mechanism the PPPC administration had failed to satisfy the demand in housing. What I can safely say is that the housing program of the past 2 decades was bedeviled with problems. What are some of these problems, Mr. Speaker? Prohibitive costs, the high costs, Mr. Speaker, for house lots, abysmal infrastructure within housing schemes, instances of failures on the part of some private developers. And Mr. Speaker, I just do my little research and so what's going on across this country, Mr. Speaker. Across this country, right now what is happening at the Ministry of Housing, we got developers, many of those in the Providence area, Mr. Speaker, in the Providence, the devil walk in. Mr. Speaker, this is what is happening in the Providence community. This is what is happening in the Providence community. Right now, this is housing development by private developers. And many of the developers, Mr. Speaker, were past staff of the Ministry of Housing who now turn private housing developers. Mr. Speaker, the other complaint that I received, Mr. Speaker, this is a young professional house in the Prospect area. in the prospect area. 1 year. This is what is evidence. It is $14 million, sir. $14 million. And these people are paying loans. So when you come in here, don't come to talk as though I don't know what is happening on the ground. Slop in the processing, there's a slothfulness in the processing of land titles and shoddy construction. I've just exhibited a few work of government housing units. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, I will share with this National Assembly what the coalition government inherited in May 2015 and what was done. I challenge the Honorable Cole following after me to prove me wrong. So here are the facts at the end of 2016. There was 56,466 pending house lots application on file. This figure comprised, Mr. Speaker, of some 44,425 applicants who were pre-qualified for the house lot, but who also was made. Perhaps the Honorable Cole will provide reasons why. And 12,041 applicants who were issued allocation of letters, but did not take up the allocation, of which, Mr. Speaker, 32% of all pending applications were classified as low income and remainder as middle income. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the coalition conducted a study on the challenges facing the government housing program in Guyana. It was discovered that a high number of pending applications for low-income applicants can be partially attributed to a crowding out effect due to the high provision of house lots, primarily middle and income earners. Between 2009 and 2014, Dr. Actually Kumar Singh, not the coalition government. The findings also found that the overall backlog of applications may also be because of cases where the applicant may have declined an offer despite being offered house lots across several schemes by CHPA. Mr. Speaker, the findings further show that the reasons proffered for declining includes a lack of affordability at the time of offer, or a lack of desire to build a home at the location's offer, which may in part be due to the insufficient public infrastructure services. Mr. Speaker, I can parallel what is currently happening in the LBI housing scheme. This is what is happening. On the eastern side, they're building hundreds of professional houses by private developers. Mr. Speaker, what is happening on the eastern side in that housing scheme? Lantern posts with transmission lines run, water, electricity, so construction moving at a pace. But the lands to the east, to the west, sorry. Yeah, the lands to the east. No, the lands to the west, it's supposed to be the first. The lands to the east, sir, when you go in, this is what is happening, sir. People have started to construct, but construction is not moving apace as what is happening in the area where the young professional houses are being constructed. You know why? The people ain't getting water. They ain't got light. They ain't got light. The people said to me when I asked what happening, why construction moving so slow. The people said, every day, madam, they don't know who I be. Every day, they pay 3,000 for black tank full of water coming from the trench outside of the community. They're going to be working generator to cut wood and all manner of things. While the opposite side, they got the lights, they got the water, and they got the transmission wires run. You know what one developer said to me? The guy said to me, you see what happening over there? That's how the government care about. They care about poor people, Mr. Speaker. And what I recognize too, Mr. Speaker, is that lantern posts, it will show you here, Mr. Speaker, lantern posts, these lantern posts, they were lately installed. Perhaps y'all knew that Ferguson was heading there. They knew that Ferguson was going to.
Honorable member, I care about you and I recognize that you have to get an extension to conclude.
Thank you, Comment Speaker. Comment Speaker, I do move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Thank you, Chris. Honorable member, you have 5 minutes to conclude from now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There's so much to say on the housing sector, but time will not permit me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the speaker before me said that we had 5.8 billion and we only spent 12% of that 5.8 billion. What the other speaker to say to us, Mr. Speaker, the 1,000 homes that they built in perseverance, the coalition government had to expend over $2 billion to fix all the defects, Mr. Speaker. So when you come to talk about housing, come with your facts, Madam Susan Rodriguez. Mr. Speaker, the disparity will continue. The disparity will continue. But I think I need to put this on record. Because we oftentimes come to this National Assembly and we talk so nicely about caring for people and providing 30,000 house lots, as they constantly would say. But Mr. Speaker, the forensic report of the Sparendam housing project, page 20, this is what it had to say at 10.5, Mr. Barrett Jagdeo. At the material, honorable member, at the material time, Mr. Barrett Jagdeo was executive president and head of the cabinet. He was previously an allottee of land at Good Foractin, popularly known as Platteville 1. The point is here, Mr. Speaker, he was awarded this land in 1998. Never lived in the house, built a house, never lived in it. And disposed of sold the property for $120 million in 2010. And got a piece of land they took from NCN at Sparendam. And what he did, they ensured lights, they ensured water, they ensured drainage, and you know what? Transformers of which he never paid for, Mr. Speaker. The records are righted. So when y'all come in to talk, that y'all have love, y'all care about poor people and very support people, y'all ain't ready yet to speak when it comes to the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, look what they're doing in an economy, an oil economy. You're getting these houses to give who? Mr. Speaker, we took a drive. These photos, I took them mid last year. But I went back on Saturday to see who really living in these houses. Mr. Speaker, the area right now, nobody living in these houses. Because Guyanese don't want to live in textile farm. You have just like this and big dining's proper houses. Mr. Speaker, what is happening here now? The area has been overgrown with bushes because you know why? Guyanese don't want a pen to live in. Guyanese need houses. Mr. Speaker, I am now going to wrap up, and I'm really sorry that time has really eluded me. I can't even touch the water sector, but we have done a whole lot in the water sector. Mr. Speaker, for the arguments advanced earlier, I conclude by saying it is difficult for me and at Ferguson to support Budget 2024 in its current construct, since it has failed the litmus test of our people's expectation by not addressing the bread and butter issues. I will be doing my people a disservice and to support this measly 3,000 for old age pension and 3,000 for public assistance. No increase in the minimum wage for public servants. No substantial programs for women and youths in Budget 2024. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, Budget 2024, in my view, is for the bourgeoisie. My respectful submission said, I thank you, and may God continue to bless us all.
Thank you, honorable member. And now for the honorable Minister of Housing and Water, the honorable Colin Pro. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to stand this afternoon in support of Budget 2024. Staying the course, building prosperity for all. Budget 2024 brings us to the verge of fulfilling our manifesto promises of 2020. Those promises were made when in the middle of the pandemic and the fight to protect our democracy following the successful no confidence motion. We saw that the people of our beloved Guyana suffered because the then government lacked vision, leadership, and above all, empathy for the struggles of the people. Today, I am proud that less than 4 years later, we can without a shadow of a doubt say we have stayed the course and we are building prosperity for every Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, only a few weeks ago, the successes of our rapid development was overshadowed by the threatened bygone era. But we saw the leadership that came from this PBPC government, led by His Excellency President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. The world saw that though we might be little in number, we are giants in spirit, and together we rallied for our nation. Today, we can boldly continue the path to prosperity for all. Mr. Speaker, it is not by accident that we can boast a brand new 4-lane highway from Sheriff Street, Mandela Junction to Diamond. It is not by accident that we have started construction of the Ogle to Diamond 4-lane road, the Diamond to Busby Dam Creek 4-lane highways, the new Damara Harbor Bridge, and the Linden to Mabura Road. It is not by accident that Guyana's real GDP is estimated to have grown by 33% overall in 2023. And it is certainly not by accident that the Ministry of Housing and Water has allocated over 30,000 house lots to date. It is, Mr. Speaker, because of astute leadership, vision, strong commitment to the betterment of the people of Guyana, and maths, because 33 will always be greater than 32. Mr. Speaker, as I continue my support for 2024 budget, it is important that I put into context the development of the housing and water sector from 2020 to present. The sector at that time, as we all know, was a dismal failure.
Subsidizing housing was trapped in a bureaucracy under the stewardship of the coalition government. Despite the housing and water sectors being or seeing 3 ministers, a watered down department, the APNUAFC could not create the conditions critical to the sustainability of the sector. So starved of public-private partnerships and burdened with punitive taxes, the distribution of titles and transports, the allocation of house lots declined dramatically between 2015 and 2020. There was a backlog of 68,000 house lots applicants in 2020. Mr. Speaker, the water sector did not fare better. 70% of the water produced during the 2015 to the 2020 period was wasted. And despite its bloated employment, there was no notable improvement in the delivery of water by GWI, not significant increase in access to water, especially in the hinterland areas. But even before, we saw fully the gravity of the challenges left by the APNUAFC at that ministry. We made several commitments to the people of Guyana relevant to the housing and water sector. Chief among them was the reversal of VAT on building materials, our commitment to allocating 50,000 in 5 years, the reduction in the processing time for applicants, the construction of more main and access roads, build a bypass road with connections to Mocha, Eccles, invest in support in infrastructure in new and existing housing schemes, provide affordable housing financing for home ownership through increased access to loans, promote home ownership among youths and young professionals, facilitate partnerships with the private sector, reinstate water subsidies for pensioners, expand treated water to more areas and the entire coastline, upgrade the transmission and distribution of water in urban, rural, and hinterland areas, and enhance and expand the hinterland housing program, among others. Mr. Speaker, as I stand before the Honorable House today, I am pleased to say that we have already achieved more than 70% of these goals. We committed to 10,000 lots per year. We have, as I said, over 30,000. We have completed infrastructure works in more than 50 new housing schemes since August 2020. More than 23 kilometers of highways, 4-lane highways have been completed, and works are in progress on the Schooner to Crane 4-lane and the Great Diamond to Busby Dam Craig. Where are highways, housing scheme, and highways done by our friends on that side of the house? Shamelessly, Mr. Speaker, only 3 housing schemes were developed by the APNUAFC between 2015 to 2020. Mr. Speaker, the opposition expends a great deal of time chasing after scandals. They seem to relish the drama that surrounds progress. They act as if the gaps with the bureaucratic system are only present when they are not in power. How many scandals did this country not witness when they were in office? There was the Durban Park Gate, Parking Meter Gate, Plane Gate, and of course, Rig Gate. And while they are singing about family, friends, and favored, they are conveniently forgetting that their own minister was removed when it was discovered that her husband was benefiting from contracts in her own ministry. Mr. Speaker, our housing priorities are not just about wood and brick buildings. We are investing in our people. New financial interventions were developed to make the home ownership process easier, and accessible. We were aware of the hardship some allottees experienced trying to access loans to build their homes. And we were acutely aware that many of the young professionals wanted to own their own home, but also those had challenges. So we collaborated as a government with the Ministry of Finance and the banking sector to make access to loans easier and faster. This collaboration bore several fruits. Reduction in residential mortgage interest rates to all lending institutions. Review of the New Building Society Act to allow it to raise its mortgage ceiling from $12 million to $20 million and offer of lower interest rate on mortgages. GRA has raised the mortgage interest relief ceiling from $15 to $30 million and interest rate reduction at commercial banks. This in turn, Mr. Speaker, has made low-income mortgages more affordable. We have, in short, Mr. Speaker, and may I say the F's, we have, in short, Mr. Speaker, facilitated faster financing for our people so that they can have their own homes. Mr. Speaker, providing subsidized housing for the citizens of Guyana is a clear and present priority of this government. It is the mandate that guides the Ministry of Housing and Water, as was obtained since the formation of the CHPA, Central Housing and Planning Authority, in 1948. The primary objective has been to provide lands to eligible Guyanese for residential purposes. But the CHPA has evolved to provide complete houses and commercial industrial lands. Mr. Speaker, when we got in 1992, there was no housing policy or department. In the early stages, the lands provided had rudimentary infrastructure. That is a basic road that was mostly bricks. Utilities had to be accessed from the individual companies by the landowner. There was no cohesive approach to developing the housing sector. Since 1992, we began to modify and improve the housing program of 1948. Today, we are establishing well-developed housing schemes that include roads, bridges, drainage, electricity, and access to potable water. Mr. Speaker, the opposition harps about preferential systems that exist as regards to allocations, but they know that house lot allocation, while not an exact and perfect science, it is based on a few things: availability of land, development of the land, and of course, an application. The categories of lots range from low, moderate, middle, and high income, and these are allocated based on the applicant's income and some other factors that are taken into consideration. The same applies, Mr. Speaker, to the houses. In some cases, applicants themselves have requested a change in the category assigned because their financial circumstances may have changed, and those requests were considered and facilitated as far as possible. Mr. Speaker, I want to share with this House the most recent cost for house lots according to their categories. So, for example, from 2015 to present, low-income lots ranged from $92,000 to $150,000. Moderate income house lots from $300,000 to $700,000. Middle income from $800,000 to $2 million. High income lots from $2 million to $6 million. And for example, for houses, the low income 2-bedroom flats range from $3 million to $5.5 million. Moderate income from $7.5 million to $9.5 million. And the young professional houses, 15 million to 20 million. Mr. Speaker, each category is further broken down by region. So the cost of a low-income house lot on the east bank of Demerara is more than one that you may find in Region 10. Similarly, a low-income two-bedroom flat you can find in Region 6 will be $5.5 million, but one in Letem is being done at $3 million. The differences are not because of some arbitrary or manipulated system, as the opposition likes to tout. The prices of lots are determined based on the infrastructure, the land size, and market prices. But it's important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that these costs are also heavily subsidized by the government, as was just outlined by my colleague minister. What is interesting, Mr. Speaker, is that despite the assumptions by the opposition that citizens face financial constraints to acquire house lots, suggesting that the cost is too high, the demand for house lots in each of the category far outweighs the supply. And so too, the demand for access to easy finance has skyrocketed. As a solution for the demand for affordable loans, the Ministry of Housing and Water and CHP have collaborated with the banks to expedite applications for mortgages. And President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali has engaged the banks to lower their interest rates. In 2020, interest rates were 4%, 5.9%, and 6.25%. Last year, or by the end of 2023, following intervention by this government, rates were lowered to 3.5%, 3.75%, and 6.7%.
Honorable Minister, I have the honorable member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, on her feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on standing order 40. Earlier, Mr. Speaker, you ruled.
And what for us? Go ahead.
41-7, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, you ruled that it is not appropriate to use the president's name to influence this house. So the honorable member just made reference to His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, the president. So I'm asking that that be expunged from the records, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Point of order, upheld. Honorable Minister, we have to, 41-7 says, the president's name shall not be used to influence the assembly. Honorable Eugene, you're not the judge here. You're an advocate.
May I resume? Thank you. Having outlined the lowering of the interest rates, Mr. Speaker. So, for example, as was mentioned, 2020, New Building Society received, while they disbursed over $3.5 billion, they received over 669 applications. And by end of last year, they received applications of over 3,000. This is the power of the PPP government, Mr. Speaker. We care about the people, and we have considered the constraints that they might face. We didn't bring a motion to Parliament or ask for a select committee. We knew what we had to do. The banks are now lending as much as 100% of the cost to build a house, and the applicants can use their lot as equity. In 2020 and prior, Mr. Speaker, applicants had to have both cash and land to be considered for a loan. That has changed. Our government has made this happen. The investments that this government has made in the housing sector is worth it. And no amount of nitpicking by the opposition will stop us from realizing the goals of 50,000 allocations by 2025. Mr. Speaker, there is unprecedented growth in the housing sector since our return to office. The sector is energized, stakeholders are motivated, and the banks are committed to the support of a more flexible approach to the loan process. But we are not only focused on allottees, we are also ensuring that allottees can maximize their investment In this regard, we have distributed close to 7,000 land titles and transports. But armed with their titles and transports, those homeowners can now approach the banks for new or additional loans, which they can use to match and make their lives more comfortable. This year, we will at a minimum distribute a further 5,000. We are also expected to complete a minimum of 2,000 houses in the year of 2024. Mr. Speaker, under the Hinterland program, Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the Hinterland housing program. And the Honorable, who's not here, Don Hastings, spoke about her village, Kako, that she was instrumental as the minister then to have some houses constructed in her village. But Mr. Speaker, the records will show that the APNUAFC government built 21 hinterland houses. The additional houses for the hinterland was the completion of an IDB loan-funded housing program that was started under the then housing minister, who happens to be the president. Mr. Speaker, but what is our plan for the hinterland housing program? We have already started for the construction of over 450 hinterland houses, Mr. Speaker. As I speak, contracts to the tune of $400 million. And let me give you a breakdown. Region 1, Warapoka, Haimuruni, 5 miles to Maka in Moruka, Smith, and the honorable member who's not here too, Sherrod Duncan said, and I challenge him, he called the village of Kukrit. Well, the honorable prime minister who was here will tell you the community of Kukrit was done under this PBP tenure. You know how we came up with that village? Because it was a part of our plan to relocate persons who were living on the waterfront. It was a request that came from the CDC and came here and being dishonest. The villages of Smith Creek, Arukamai, Imbitero, Savannah, Blackwater, Canal Bank, Port Kaituma, Arkaka, Barmita can speak about it for the intention to have hinterland housings. In Region 9, for example, and I'm not speaking about the LETEM program, Region 9, Crashwater, Yakorinta, Tiger Pond, Young Paru, Kwatata, Napi, Shiriri, Rupanau, Sand Creek, Shia, Parabara can speak about hinterland housing under the PVP tenure. Kangaruma in Region 7, Isinaru, Umanik, Quibanang can speak about hinterland housing. And the Honorable Member Don Hastings said yesterday that nothing is being done for Region 7. Mr. Speaker, I have here, this is happens to be the Minister of Housing and Water in the village of Quibanang. And the headline says, 40 million housing program announced for the Quibanang village. And the Honorable Member said nothing for Region 7. I may continue to give some more areas for hinterland. Kaibarupai, Tusaning, Karsparu, Marwao, Campbelltown. Those are areas that can speak towards our hinterland program. Mr. Speaker, but even as we are allocating our house lots and building houses, we have introduced complementary interventions to help applicants. The Core Home Support Program in Sophia that saw construction of roads and schoolhouses, as well as Parfait Harmony. These houses will go to the very poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, our 2020 to 2025 manifesto sets out in no uncertain terms that one of our primary goals in these 5 years is the modernization of Guyana, especially in terms of its physical infrastructure and transport system. Investments in these areas will help to ease the traffic congestion on the main thoroughfares, as well as establish more social service facilities like hospitals, etc. I am very proud that within this very short period, we have accomplished so many highways. Investments like these do not happen in a vacuum. We have to identify and clear the paths and design developments, such as for commercial and residential housing around them. Like other big, bold investments, these are challenges. One of those is the matter of squatting. The Ministry of Housing has sought to ensure that wherever there are irregular settlements, particularly those in the path of roads or housing areas, that we pursue amicable solutions. Our approach is not piecemeal. We have devised a workable strategy to make the regularization of squatter settlements less combative. And may I use this opportunity to respond to two accusations. Let me start with what is referred to as the mocker squatters alignment. Mr. Speaker, it was over 5 years. All those residents were aware and informed that they are required to be removed because they are part of the alignment for the future expansion of our country. Mr. Speaker, they were all engaged. They were offered compensatory package. They were given land free of cost by the state in return. Their titles were processed free of cost to all of them. So, Mr. Speaker, we will not therefore allow, and we could not allow 7 of those that refused to cooperate to allow the development of our country. Mr. Speaker,
Wanted 100 million for
similar, let me make a similar update has been touted for in Hillfoot. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this is a parliamentary language, but it is dishonest in this house.
No, that's the second time you're using dishonest.
Okay, so
Okay.
it is not being truthful for members of the opposition to come to this house and lay at the feet of this government the removal of the squatters at Hillfoot. The land at Hillfoot is private ownership. That owner went to court and got a court ruling to remove the squatters on their land. It is this PPPC government that engaged those squatters and offered them an alternative location right in Swan. In collaboration with the Guyana Land Survey Commission, Mr. Speaker, we have made land available for those squatters, but that matter was purely a private matter that had nothing to do with government. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the highways have created thousands of jobs for unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled laborers. It has reduced traffic congestion on the East Bank Highway. It has improved roadway access for all existing and future communities along the East Bank Demerara corridor. And it has improved accessibility for Guyanese seeking to establish housing and businesses in new lands owned for residential, commercial, and industrial development adjacent to the highway route. Mr. Speaker, since 2020, we have been ensuring that we find solutions to reduce wait times and to make processes and procedures employed by the ministry be less cumbersome. To this, we have even begun the implementation of the single window platform, for which is almost completed. It is being tested as we speak. This platform will reduce wait time and operational costs for application permits. Mr. Speaker, I use this opportunity to respond, and I'm glad the honorable member is holding that picture. Please hold it higher for me. As I speak, Mr. Speaker, there are 30 persons who have pre-qualified, and on Monday, they will be seeing their new house to occupy them by the bank. Mr. Speaker, those are 2-bedroom houses that we have so much a demand for that we can't even respond to be able to all the applicants. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member speaks about LBI, the Honorable Ferguson. LBI will be an area or a location that will be an envy of many communities. You drive in the front, you have allocation for high-income house lots. To the right, already over 450 young professional houses under construction, for which the first 100 will be completed by the end of this fourth quarter. You go further down to the left, you have development of malls and other amenities. But Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member is honest, and if that go now to LBI, I challenge the honorable member to tell me if when you drive into LBI now, you won't see posts that is being put up at the front of LBI. I challenge the honorable member. And already the pipe network for the water infrastructure is in place. So Mr. Speaker, the honorable member is not being truthful again. Well, it's not being kind to what it should be the right answer.
Lovely, thanks, it's very, very good. And I want to be very kind to you to give you enough time to conclude.
Sure. Mr. Speaker.
Not yet, hold on.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
I know my friend and colleague is eager to carry on and very enthusiastic, and we would love for him to carry on. So I'll respectfully ask that he has time to conclude his presentation.
Honorable member, you have 5 minutes starting now to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, so when the honorable member comes and talk about housing sector, she must remind them whereby they only allocated 7,534, for which we had to put the infrastructure work in place to complete for those allocations done. Mr. Speaker, when the honorable member comes and talk about housing, they must come and tell this house that they left a backlog of 68,000 pending applicants. And although we have allocated 30,000 already in the system, we have 13,000 new applicants within this last 3 years. When the honorable member must come and speak on the housing sector, you must come and tell this house that we have allocated over 53% to the young people of this country. You must come and tell this house that over 45% are females who are interested in their own development. You must come and tell this house that for the low-income houses that we have constructed to date, over 43.3% are low-income houses. We over 29.2% are moderate-income houses. Over 20% are middle-income houses. So the point to note, Mr. Speaker, is that we are responding to the majority of the pending applicants. Mr. Speaker, I want to quote here, and there's always the talk about to make when you regularize or have to deal with squatting as we're doing something inhumane. It is a particular former minister on that side of the house that said on June 24th, and I have it here, in 2017 in Stabrook News, the squatting is illegal and outside of government's policy, stating that we will never encourage illegal activities. We are not going to continue to encourage. So we have to bring order. As a minister responsible for housing, I cannot continue to have or allow that kind of situation to continue in our Garden City, for example. We have to bring order. We have to clean it. We have to really make our city look great. We are happy, but I want to appeal to the people of Guyana. Stop this madness related to squatting. Stop taking advice from rebellious leaders who just want to have conflict and telling people to go and take the land and squat. You are not going to get life easy because we cannot regularize if you are on the reserve and if people just go and take a plot and gone crazy and squatting, then we are ready to do the survey. You'll find a house in the park. Mr. Speaker, it is a former minister of the APNU, AFC government that spoke those words about squatting. But they don't come here and talk about the honorable member Ferguero. He's gone? Talking about Region 10. Mr. Speaker, this is a picture from yesterday. Amelia's ward, where the leadership of the Linden encouraged persons to squat in Amelia's ward. This PPPC government will fix it before the year is out. Yesterday, we started showing house lots for persons, over 470 house lots that were allocated in Region 10 since we got into office. The AP and UAFC that speak so much that they love Region 10. In 5 years, only 300 plus allocations, less than what we did in the first 2 years in office.
And many of them went to members on the other side.
Mr. Speaker, quickly, in terms of water, much has been said already in statistics. But Mr. Speaker, we are working on a 5-year plan. And one thing you can be rest assured, by 2025, 90% of the coastline will be receiving treated water. By 2025, 100% of the hinterland will be receiving water. By 2025, all persons on the coastline will have access to treated water. And by 2025, we will see they implement, before 2025, we will see the implementation of the first wastewater treatment plant for the city of Georgetown. That is our vision, Mr. Speaker. That is our plan for the water sector. Mr. Speaker, in wrapping up, we have had in the housing and water far outweigh the challenges that have come up. But we are confident that, like before, we will excel in our stewardship of our budgetary allocation. And we will continue to make the dreams of owning homes by our citizens come true. I wish to offer our heartiest congratulations to my colleague, Dr. Ashi Kumar Singh and his staff for another well-devised budget. At the heart of this budget are the needs of our citizens and our government's vision to make Guyana better. Therefore, I am honored to give my unwavering support to Budget 2024, staying the course, building prosperity for all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Housing and Water, Honorable Colin Poole. Honorable members, we have 3 contributions remaining for the evening. The Honorable members Janishwar Jaiprashad, Onesh Warren, and Richard Sinclair. We will go through, we wouldn't take a break, but everything is available for you, so you can ease in and out. Just ensure that we have a quorum as I hand over to Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member Jaiprasad, you can commence.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my contribution to Budget 2024, Budget Debate 2024. I wish to extend New Year greetings to all the members of this Honorable House, and do look forward that we can be able to work together to contribute to the betterment of the people of the Cooperative Republic. Madam Speaker, I wish to firstly thank the members of the and hardworking public servants of the 10 administrative region, the program heads, and all the regional executive officers for compiling the needs of the administrative regions, which were then forwarded to the Honorable Dr. Ashni Singh Minister responsible for crafting and preparing budget 2024. I wish to say thanks to those hardworking public servants for making 2024 budget a possibility. The theme for the budget, Madam Speaker, staying the course, building prosperity for all, is far from the truth. The theme for 2024 budget is indeed timely for a few, but chaotic for the rest. Staying the course, Madam Speaker, is not applicable for the population of this country at the moment, because we see what is happening as it relates to cost of living and the many hardship the people are experiencing throughout Guyana. Mr. Speaker, this budget will pave way for a few to stay the course, and the majority will change course. We know that next year will be 2025, and a lot of courses will be changed next year. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that every time a representative from the PPPC speak for the past few days, that representative is making reference that from 2015 to 2020, nothing was done for the people of this country. But I wish to say, Madam Speaker, that for 23 years prior to 2015, I want to know if the same PPP was in government. So coming here for the past week and saying to the Guyanese population that nothing was done from 2015 to 2020, I want to pose the question, what was done from 1992 to 2014? And the people knows the answer, and there is no need for us to get into that. Mr. Speaker, I wish to present the following points that should be taken into consideration and be implemented before the final piece of budget is approved. This is the largest budget ever, and it will bring a wide range of good and bad with it. The main focus, Mr. Speaker, is that each budget must cause the people to be better off and improve the way of life. This budget widens the gap between the rich and the poor, and we know that only a few are giving the pie. The crumbs are for the poor people. Mr. Speaker, since 2022, the people have been eagerly waiting to hear about the distribution of subsidies and grants to the Guyanese people. But to date, the people collecting the giveaways are closely associated and friends with the PPP. Every cash grant being distributed among the 10 administrative regions, the recipients were identified by operatives at the NDC and the RDC. Mr. Speaker, I turn my attention to East Berbice quarantine, and I want to touch on the education sector. Madam Speaker, it is worthy to note that there is much need for the reform of the Education Act, Chapter 3901, and I wish to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister for Education and Legal Affairs that in this country, we have a system whereby compulsory education is from 5/9 to 49. Madam Speaker, I am suggesting and proposing that the Education Act be reviewed so that we can be able to keep our young people longer in school. So, at the moment, a child at 15 can opt not to be present in school. I am suggesting that the relevant individuals put system in place so that we can reform the Education Act and ensure that compulsory education be extended to age 16 so that all our children at secondary school will have the opportunity to complete secondary education. Madam Speaker, at the moment, annually, 4,500 to 6,000 children drop out of school every year. And this is because of the poor administrative policies that we have as it relates to compulsory education. If we extend from 49 to 16 years, it means then that we will be able to capture and keep our young people for another 2-3 years in school so that the dropout rate will be reduced. I am suggesting that we work in collaboration to ensure that compulsory education move to the age of 16. Mr. Speaker, in moving that, we will ensure that 4, 5, 6,000 of our children remain in school, making them eligible and marketable to change their life and the life of their family. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I welcome the 45,000 cash grant. But in a fastest growing nation, we can give more. Mr. Speaker, a child traveling from Rosal to Burbis High School or the Amsterdam Secondary pays $3,000 per week to attend school. And when we give handouts and when we give tokens to people, you know, and when we give cash grant, we feel as if that is everything. But this is a child living at Rosal, travels to Burbis High School on a daily basis. The family pays $3,000 a week, and the academic school year is 39 weeks. 39 by 3 is $117,000 academic year. And you are giving 45,000 to say, take that. Madam Speaker, I am proposing that we put systems in place so that all of our children traveling to school must have free transportation. If not, give them the money so that they can pay. Madam Speaker, a child traveling from Skellen to New Amsterdam, Burbis High School or New Amsterdam Multilateral, pays $1,500 a day to go to school. $1,500 a day to go to school. 39 weeks, Madam Speaker, 292,500 a child pays from Skellen to go to school for 39 weeks. Madam Speaker, people who sit in this honorable house don't feel that expense because they can call a taxi and they have pickups and drop off. But the poor people living in Region 6, whose children awarded a place at Burbis High School and Amsterdam Secondary, have to dive down into their pockets to find 292,500 a year to send their children to school if they want to maintain them at Burbis High School or New Amsterdam. Right? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to say that 2015 to 2020, APNU AFC, under the leadership of David Arthur Granger, implemented the 5Bs program. Without a $1 trillion budget, we had 5 big buses running in Region 6. And these were buses purchased by private citizens, donated to the regions, so that our children can have access to education. 5 budgets after 2020, and we only have 6 buses. So without a $1 trillion budget, we had 5 free buses transporting children across Region 6. And well, I am coming to that, honorable member. And now we have 5 budget, and still we cannot transport our children. And to the honorable minister, how much children fit in the buses? During David Granger time, the buses were 60-seater. So we are replacing 5 60-seater with 6 30-seater. Are we going forward or are we going backward? You are replacing 5 60-seater buses with 6 30-seater buses. Are we improving? Mr. Speaker, on education, why is it that the children in Region 6 did not receive exercise books? 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. This is something that happened across the country. 2015 to 2020, we had no $1 trillion budget, but children received. It will be good, Honorable Sanjeev Dattadin, if somebody could have put a picture and give the children free books. But it seems as if though that is not there. Madam Speaker, I wish to turn my attention to the school feeding program. Without a $1 trillion budget, we are able to provide meals, juice and biscuit for the year 1, year 2 nursery, year 1, year 2 primary, grade 1, grade 2 primary, and grade 6. We are having the biggest budget ever, Madam Speaker. Why can't we put system in place that all our nursery and primary children will have a breakfast at school? We are proposing, then move quickly if you are moving. Don't wait for another budget. We are proposing that as of now, all our children at the nursery and primary level be given a meal so that they will be in school. The nursery, year 1, year 2, grade 1, grade 2, and grade 6, the meals, very much appreciative. Parents are very, very happy for it. What about the children in the grade 3, 4, and 5? Madam Speaker, as it relates to health, I want to say to this honorable house that we have to be a bit more careful as it relates to health. Things happening in Region 6 as it relates to health. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Region 6 is under tight pressure. Tight pressure. And we know that customary, the ambulance normally transport the sick and those who need medical attention. But not so long ago, under the PPP administration, the ambulance is being used to transport chicken. I don't know if these are dying chicken or already dead. But imagine how we are being, imagine the level of operation that we are using our health facilities to transport chicken for sale. This is in the news. One official close with the PPP had to resign because of the situation. I must commend the doctors at the New Amsterdam, Port Moran, Blackbush, Skellen Hospital, and all the health centers for doing fairly good, despite the poor working condition and meager pay. And ask the Minister of Health, why is it that under 5 budget, we have more than 120 nurses in Region 6 leaving the system, more than 20 doctors in Region 6 leaving the system? Why is it that this is happening? Madam Speaker, we will be having a 3-story state-of-the-art hospital in Fort Kanji. But we know what happens when the big contract goes out. And we know what happens when a big contract goes out. We cannot fix Kotoran, Blackbush, Skellen, and the existing Amsterdam hospital to be up and running as state-of-the-art. But we want to build a 3-story whereby we have shortage of medical personnel and poor service in many of these facilities to have more money for. Why can't we use that money to put another story at the Amsterdam hospital, expand Kotoran, expand Blackbush, modernize all the existing hospital? Why are we so much into having a 3-story? We have New Amsterdam, Kotoran, Skellen, and Blackbush. That when we have blackout, pipe now run, toilet can't flush. You understand? Why can't we up the standard of the system that we have instead of going to build a 3-story? So if we fix Skellen Hospital, we facilitate people in the upper quarantine and Suriname. We want to build New Amsterdam, a 3-story, put more cost on the people traveling from the quarantine to go to New Amsterdam to join long lines. Are we moving forward? We need to bring the service to the people where they live, not to travel miles to get to facilities. Madam Speaker, the $8,000 given to females to assist in tests for cervical cancer is very, very important, very, very appreciative. It's a good venture. We know that we need to take care of our females, and not only our females, but all Guyanese. But, Madam Speaker, I am proposing that instead of having our individuals, our patients, our females, everybody traveling to Georgetown to do a test for cervical cancer, why can't we use some money to build a cancer institute in Barbish so that the people in Region 5 and Region 6 can have access there?
Everybody.
Georgetown I'm representing Region 6, so you can represent us to Gribble. I am saying that we, the people in Region number 6, we need a cancer institute in Region 6. You're giving $8,000 to help with the test, but the people have to pay $20,000 to travel to Georgetown. So you're giving $8,000 and I have taken $20,000 to travel to Georgetown. Madam Speaker, are we bringing service to the people, or are we putting the people in more expense? Mr. Speaker, I am suggesting again, we need to have a cancer institute in Barbies so that thousands of our brothers and sisters who have to travel to Georgetown at high cost can have the access and service right there.
That's right.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated about the blackout and the water. Imagine our public facilities. This includes our schools as well. We have our schools in Region 6. When there is a blackout, toilet don't flush. We have thousands of children using these education facilities. I'm saying we need to have system in place so that our children and those who are in need of the service can have access. Most of the systems that we have are automatic. So when there is blackout, no water. I asked the Honorable Minister responsible for housing and water, when systems can be put in place so that we can still have water when.
Honorable member, you require an extension to continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do move that the honourable member be given 5 minutes to conclude.
Granted. Please conclude your.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I turn my attention to the Ministry of Labour and Public Service. In Barbies, Madam Speaker, there are many public servants who are not receiving their salaries according to their qualifications and years of service. I want to bring to the attention of this Honorable House that we have public servants at different sectors having similar qualification but different salary scale. We have teachers with their trained teacher certificate and their degrees having X scale, and we have regular public servants in the public service with their qualification and they are not having the same scale. Even though we have individuals who are far more qualified in one sector, not having the benefits like the person in the other sector. The typical example is serving at the education department. The education officer supervises the teacher, the head teacher, and the head teacher is receiving a higher salary than the education officer who is supervising the head teacher. So we are saying that we need to have system in place in the public service whereby the supervisor, once you have the prerequisite, the qualification in the service, you have the capacity to serve and to manage and to guide our head teachers. You ought to have a better scale and salary. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as it relates to human services, I want to say to this Honorable House, the $3,000 seems as if though it is a big thing for us. But let me remind this Honorable House that in 2013, old age pension was $12,500.
It got there because you had to deal with it from the time to get to the
$12,500. And you know what happened in 2014? It was moved from $12,500 to $13,125. And now the PPP comes here to say old age pension and public assistance, you know, big story for the PPP. I want to say that 2015 under AP and UAFC government, old age pension moved from $13,125 to $17,000 without a $1 trillion budget.
Yeah.
Let it be registered, without a $1 trillion budget. Old age pension was moved from $13,125 to $17,000. And now we are having, Madam Speaker, 2023, 33,000 old age pension and a $1 trillion budget. We are moving now to 36,000. We are literally giving our old folks $100 a day. $100 a day. As the Honorable Member made mention, we are giving them 5 sweetie a day. 5 mints a day. Honorable Madam Speaker, Provision are receiving, Guyanese are receiving old age pension $1,000 a day to live, to pay their bills, and to make ends meet. We are proposing that this money can reach 40,000 with a surplus of cash that we have at the moment. Madam Speaker, the PPP administration is always talking about the 200 taxes that was laid. To date, we have not seen a list with the 200 taxes. But I want to say to this Honorable House that it was the PPP it was the PPP who brought VAT in this country, not APNU, reduce VAT. And we are hoping that with this $1 trillion budget, you will put VAT to 5%. But you cannot do that because you love what VAT is doing to the poor people. We are suggesting lower VAT, then you will. But we know what will happen. Madam Speaker, as it relates to support for the 2024 budget, if it remains in the same manner, then I do not support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would like to call on the Honorable Minister Onich Waldron to make her presentation.
No, it's. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion moved by my colleague, Dr. the Honorable Ashley Singh, Senior Minister in the Office of President responsible for finance and the public service. Mr. Speaker, before I deal with the measures relating to tourism industry and commerce, I would like to lend my perspectives to some of the prevalent criticisms that have been persistently leveled by our colleagues, both in and outside of this honorable House. The first of those, Mr. Speaker, is raised by my Honorable Member Jai Prasad. I apologize. As it relates to, they come here and raise the issue of the increase in the old age pension. And you hear things from the honorable member that preceded me and the members before, that the increase in the old age pension is equivalent to only 5 minutes a day, and that we're an oil-rich country now, and so money's in abundance, we have a surplus of money, and so the pensioners should be given more. Very vacuous, simplistic arguments. And in order to treat with this, Madam Speaker, I find it necessary to restate two fundamental and indisputable facts that seem to be lost in the noise created in this House. The first of these facts, Madam Speaker, is that oil is a finite resource. It is non-renewable. As night follows day, stick with me, there will come a time when it will be gone. It should go without saying that the revenues will disappear with it. So this is the first of the facts that we need to bear in mind, Madam Speaker. The second indisputable fact, Madam Speaker, is that as Guyana went into the historical general elections of 2020, we all knew we possessed massive oil reserves. The Liza 1 discovery was announced in May of 2015, Payara announced in January 2017, Sunuk in March of that year, Liza 3 and Turbo later on in the same year, and so on. By the time the PPP Civic released its manifesto in January of 2020, Exxon had announced 16 strikes, and all of us now in this honorable house knew or ought to have known that Guyana possessed millions of barrels of oil and oil equivalents. That is the second fundamental fact, Mr. Speaker. We all knew about the oil in January of 2020. I'm going through all of this, Madam Speaker, because our colleagues on the other side are behaving as though neither of these facts is true. One, they behave as though oil resources are infinite. And so they call for all kinds of reckless spending. And when faced with the reality that we are doing exactly what we promised to do with the old age pension, they behave as though the PPPC got into office and then suddenly discovered previously unknown oil revenues. So they say we got a windfall and should therefore program increases over and above what we promised. The reality is, Madam Speaker, that when the PPPC released its manifesto in January 2020, the measures contained in it were carefully considered with full knowledge of what was coming with respect to oil. Our team includes several seasoned veterans of the Ministry of Finance. The president is one such, as is the vice president, as is the minister responsible for finance. And with that full knowledge of what was available, this team saw it fit to make a promise to pensioners that we will double their pensions in our first term of office. And we are well on our way to delivering that promise. That promise was a prudent promise, Madam Speaker, because we view old age pension as akin to an entitlement which we cannot withdraw when inevitably that day comes when the oil reserves are gone. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, when treating with that entitlement, we have to ensure that we can sustain it and meet our obligations to pensioners, to the rest of citizens, whether we have oil or not. That is why we have to base our decisions on measures which create structural increases in expenditure, not on temporary revenue stream from oil, but from revenues of an otherwise broad-based, resilient, diversified economy, which is what we are working on building since 2020. And I remind you, Madam Speaker, that the old age pension is just one measure from which our senior citizens benefit. Our colleague, Minister responsible for finance, has announced vouchers totaling $20,000 for eye care, that is $3,000 for consultations and $17,000 for spectacles if they are found to be needed. We have water and electricity subsidies, and we should not forget that our colleagues on the other side removed the pensioners' water subsidy and imposed VAT on water, electricity, and data. Let us not forget that when they pretend to be the greatest warriors for pensioners right now. Mr. Speaker, many of our old age pensioners are also NIS pensioners. So many of our senior citizens, the old age pension is actually a supplement to the pensions they receive from the National Insurance Scheme, or indeed from any other private pension plan. Finally, Mr. Speaker, our pensioners, like the rest of us, will benefit from free health care, free supply of prescription drugs. So, Madam Speaker, it is misleading to look at the 2024 increase in old age pension in isolation. One has to look at it, first of all, in the context of the overall increase of 75% since 2020, consistent with the promise that we made to our pensioners in our manifesto. We also have to look at the increase in the context of a comprehensive social safety net that we have in place, including, but not limited to those measures that I have alluded to. Madam Speaker, I wish to address another criticism that appears to be coordinated from the other side. That is the criticism of our emphasis on infrastructure. Indeed, Madam, members from our side, from the other side have said both and inside the precincts of this honorable house that people can't eat concrete. We've been hearing that for over these last 4 days. Madam Speaker, this is the same mentality that informs the criticism of our approach to pensions. This emphasis on consumption in the present. Mr. Speaker, we agree that people can't eat roads. But what they can eat, Madam Speaker, is the produce that is conveyed from farms to markets on those roads. And with good roads, transportation costs are reduced, so those same food items will eventually be more affordable to the average citizen. Madam Speaker, those on the other side behave as though the road build themselves. They fixate on the money paid to the contractor, and for them, that is the end of the story. And it is the end of the story for them because continuing doesn't suit their narrative. Their narrative being that the infrastructure benefits only the contractor and the contractor is the friend of the government. For the opposition, this contractor doesn't employ people. And for the opposition, those people don't buy food, to use their example, with the money they earn working on infrastructure projects. Neither by the reasoning of the opposition do they buy goods and services in the rest of the economy. And finally, the opposition does not see those roads, bridges, ferries, ports, hospitals, schools, aerodromes, and other items of infrastructure as providing benefits for Guyanese for decades to come. For them, there is minimal, if any, value in infrastructural projects. So what we have, Madam Speaker, is an opposition that is unwilling to, and perhaps incapable of comprehending the role of infrastructure in economic development. And this is never at the expense of taking care of the needs of the people, Madam Speaker. In fact, the needs of our Guyanese citizens are foremost and paramount when crafting our economic policies. Madam Speaker, were it not for the fact that there are people out there in society who look to the opposition for leadership, I would leave it there. But there are such people, Madam Speaker. That is the nature of a democratic society. There are people who look to the opposition for leadership, and it is my contention, sir, that these people are ill-served by an opposition who oppose for the sake of opposing and do nothing to help or encourage their supporters to seize the opportunities that exist. And these opportunities do exist, Mr. Speaker. This government has made available to all without regard to race, gender, class, or political persuasion. We have heard speaker after speaker on the other side coming to us with tales of woe from people whom they supposedly have met. I wish to suggest to you, sir, that if you're looking to someone for leadership, but that person tells you day in and day out that there is nothing in your country for you, that person tells you that there is no hope for you to get anything unless you put them in power, that is no use that you bid for a contract or start a business. If that is what you hear from the person to whom you look for leadership, it is not unlikely that this will color the way you see things. Mr. Speaker, there was a quote popularized in the early 20th century by one Napoleon Hill. It said, "Whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can achieve." The opposition is encouraging their supporters to perceive Guyana as having nothing for them. They are the ones, sir, who are oppressing their supporters. Absolutely. They are the ones who wish to confine their supporters, to use the words of the Honorable Member Peguero. They're the ones who wish to confine their supporters to the working poor by not having them take advantage of all the opportunities of this government. On the other hand, sir, when we travel the length and breadth of this country, wherever we go, we continually encourage Guyanese to seize the opportunities available. We encourage them to start a business, apply for a scholarship, get involved in agriculture, take up part-time job, enroll in training programs, apply for a small business grant, apply for a house lot, go for the young professionals home. All of these opportunities and more are available to Guyanese in every town, every village, every region, every community across the length and breadth of this country. We are telling people, especially young people, that this country is a country of bounty, a land of hope and of opportunity. That is why, sir, I can tell you of the dynamic young couple from South Roundel who is growing a logistic company, serving both government and private consumers. Or of another enterprising couple from the East Bank of Demerara who are building a marketing company. Or of the barber in Lodge who has just expanded the capacity of his business by 50% with a small business grant which enabled him to outfit another station. Or of the woman in Agricola who has left her job as a domestic worker after she found that she could start a viable business catering meals for the construction workers on one of those same roads that we can't eat. So, Mr. Speaker, these are people, ordinary people, and I dare say from the dwindling opposition-dominated areas, who refuse to let anyone tell them that there is no place for them in their own country. And because we encourage them to conceive and believe that they are destined for prosperity, they are alive and alert to opportunity and are well on their way to achieving prosperity in the inclusive economy that is being delivered to them by the PPP civic government. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the sectors of tourism, industry, and commerce. As we approach 4 years in office, we are now in a position where we can begin to see some of the impact of the policies we put in place. In this regard, sir, permit me to remind this honorable House of some macro performances of these sectors as reported by my honorable colleague, the Minister responsible for finance. In the realm of industry, other manufacturing grew by 31.8% in 2023. This is by any reading a credible, if not impressive performance. But there is an even more interesting story to be revealed if you refer to Appendix 2 to the budget speech. That appendix shows that other manufacturing grew by 16% during the years 2015 to 2019, but grew by 63% between the years 2020 to 2023. And we like to pay attention to the numbers, Mr. Speaker, because as this old adage goes, the numbers don't lie. The story is similar in the services sector, Mr. Speaker. If we look at the period 2015 to 2019, we can see that the services sector grew 12% in those 5 years. In comparison, the sector grew by 34% during the period 2020 to 2023. In fact, the one-year growth rate for the services sector in 2023 was 12%, almost equal to the 5-year growth rate under their administration. Wholesale and retail trade grew by just over 18% under the stewardship of the coalition government, compared to a growth of 70% since we were returned to office and started implementing our development agenda. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I point out the accommodation and food services subsector, which grew by 13% in 2023. During the period 2015 to 2019, this sector grew by 24%. But during 2020 to 2023, growth was 130%. Mr. Speaker, you may appreciate that this accommodation and food sector is closely related to the tourism sector. So you would appreciate, sir, what a growth of 130% in accommodation and food services implies with respect to growth in tourism. To continue with the sector performances, sir, I wish to again make the point that these developments have not appeared by magic. It should not be too hard to recognize that there's a linkage between, say, expansion in the construction sector and the government's progressive measures, such as providing cement subsidies for homeowners and removal and reduction of taxes on certain building materials. Nor should it be difficult to perceive and understand that there is a linkage between the execution of the PSIP and growth in employment. That the local content legislation has provided a space for our manufacturing and services sector to exhibit these strong growth rates, should not be a proposition that invites serious debate. So, Mr. Speaker, as we approach the 4-year mark of our administration, we begin to see the benefits of these strategic measures that we started to implement in 2020 and which we continue to implement in pursuit of a sustainably prosperous future for our people. We are seeing the realization of a vision. Who would have thought in 2020, sir, that today we would have a shore base on reclaimed land in West Demerara, or that we would have a Guyanese company involved in providing cutting-edge subsea engineering services, or that young people will be cultivating broccoli, cauliflower, roses, and other high-value crops. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing now is the vision of our administration beginning to manifest, and that is where the difference between us and our friends on the other side is starkest. 4 years ago, they could not see what is manifesting today. Just as today, they cannot see what will manifest 4 years or 5 years hence. Mr. Speaker, they think and speak only for today. That is why they will say, you can't eat road. And they will say, pay out the oil money now. Or why 2 years ago, the Honorable Member Hughes could have said in this House that our approach to tourism was pedestrian. They say these things because they operate in the moment. We, on the other hand, are planning and executing based on a development trajectory that extends years and decades into the future. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, I sat and I listened while the Honorable Member Cathy Hughes boasted about JetBlue saying that this government has brought in no major airlines. What the Honorable Member didn't know then was that even as she was, to use this Honorable Senior's word, bloviating and grandstanding on the floor of the House, we were quietly in discussions with British Airways. We traveled to London a few weeks thereafter, and by August of 2022, we had announced with British Airways the imminent start of the service. That service has commenced in March of last year and has already transported more than 20,000 passengers on the Guyana-London route. That, sir, is how we work, quietly, with no premature fanfare, but letting the results speak for themselves. Mr. Speaker, with respect to tourism, one of the primary metrics that we pay attention to is visitor arrivals. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mrs. Hughes, speaking outside of this Honorable House, took issue with us over the report that visitor arrivals exceeded 319,000 in the year 2023. The Honorable says that this increase is negligible when compared to 2019. But, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, the opposition's expert on tourism, totally ignored the fact that in 2020, the world faced the world's most momentous public health challenge it has ever seen in over 100 years in the form of the COVID pandemic. With COVID, the world went into lockdown and international travel ground to a virtual standstill. The World Tourism Organization estimates the global tourism suffered its worst ever year on record, with arrival rates dropping on an average by 74%. Guyana was no exception, sir. So in 2020, in the face of the pandemic, our visitor arrivals plummeted by 73% to 86,000. Mr. Speaker, that really is the base that we're looking at. If we consider the effect of the pandemic then, we might be able to appreciate the magnitude of our achievement as regards visitor arrivals. Arrivals increased in 2021 by 83% over 2020, moving from 86,000 to 158,000 over that period. In the following year, that is 2022, arrivals increased by 82% to 288,000. And last year, 2023, we returned to just over pandemic levels with the arrivals of 319,000. This is the record with which the Honorable Member takes issue. Mr. Speaker, when looked at in the context of our recovery from the pandemic, visitor arrivals increased by close to 270% in the 3 years we took office. In fact, we were in the upper half of the league tables in the Caribbean as regards rate of recovery as at the end of 2022, and we were well over the world average in the year before. Once again, Mr. Speaker, this recovery did not happen by accident. It didn't happen just naturally and with the effluxion of time. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that in the early days of the pandemic, one of the measures that we took was to procure safe vaccines from wherever we could get them. Our intention was to get our population as close as we could to full vaccination so we could safely reopen. Were it not for the courage and resolve on the part of our administration to defy the geopolitics and to place paramount the interests of our citizens, our country could not have recovered as rapidly and as robustly as it did from the pandemic. And that recovery includes a 270% growth in visitor arrivals that we have recorded over the period 2020 to 2023. Mr. Speaker, arrivals for 2023 surpassed the previous highest recorded in 2029 by about 5,000 persons. Notwithstanding that modest amount, the fact is that arrivals reached a record-breaking total of 356,000, which stands as Guyana's highest recorded number of visitors to date. In fact, 2023 was a record-breaking year, with 5 months of that year seeing the highest arrivals on record, those months being March, April, July, September, and November. I would note that the Cricket Carnival, coupled with the finals of the CPL, with which we worked hard on securing the rights for, boosted arrivals in the month of September in each year that it was held. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Cathy Hughes, speaking outside of this Honorable House, also asserted earnestly and with considerable confidence that the increase in visitor arrivals was mainly attributed to the oil and gas sector. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where the Honorable Member gets her information from, but the reports I received from the Guyana Tourism Authority paint a far different picture. Mr. Speaker, for the year 2022, business visitors numbered 47,000, while those coming for holiday and leisure numbered 143,000. For 2023, business travelers numbered just over 53,000, while those arriving for holiday and leisure travel numbered 177,000. In both cases, sir, people who indicated that they came to Guyana for holiday were almost triple those who reported being here for business-related travel, which of course we would associate with oil and gas. In fact, if we add in those who indicated that they came to see friends and relatives, then the numbers are on the order of 4 times those business visitors who, once again, we would associate with the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, the number of people coming here on business grew just over 12% from 2022 to 2023, while the number of people visiting on holiday grew 23%. For good measure, I might add that those coming for meetings and conferences grew by almost 30% from 2022 to 2023. The growth in this last category reflects a deliberate strategy of our government to bring meetings, conferences, exhibitions, and the like events to Guyana, and the numbers speak for themselves. This, Mr. Speaker, is what we mean in the theme of the budget when we say we are staying the course. We could have been distracted by the naysayers who could not, or rather would not, see the vision. Instead, we buckled down, did the work, and now we will let that work and the results do the talking. Mr. Speaker, we continue to promote Guyana's tourism product on the international stage. In 2023, Guyana's submission placed 3rd in the Caribbean Tourism Organization Sustainable Tourism Awards for tourism education and training. Carnambu Lodge was featured among the Green Destination Top 100 worldwide in the ITB Berlin Awards. Our tourism product has been featured in prominent international publications, including Forbes, The Times, Telegraph, Daily Mail, and Worldly Adventurer. Guyana was also ranked number 13 out of 35 best destinations for 2023 and beyond by National Geographic. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work on infrastructure to support the tourism sector. Of course, one of the critical areas in which we have concentrated our effort is airlift capacity. Last year, we welcomed British Airways serving the Guyana route with direct flight to London. They joined the Inter-Caribbean, which commenced operations in 2022, and JetBlue Airways, which started in December 2021. My colleagues have informed the House that American Airlines will add another daily flight on the Georgetown-Miami route, while United will be introducing a Georgetown-Houston route with 4 flights weekly in 2024. Regionally, Suriname Airlines added a service linking Georgetown to Bridgeton, Barbados, and Paramaribo. And Inter-Caribbean has publicly signaled a desire to expand its operations into Ogo. Mr. Speaker, we now have several direct flights a day to the regional hubs of Barbados, Trinidad, or St. Lucia, from where our passengers can connect to major destinations in Europe, North America, and the Caribbean. We also have at least 2, and some days 3 direct flights daily into major North American hubs of Miami and New York. We have, of course, a direct route to London operating twice weekly and flights to Panama City. And with the addition of the Georgetown-Houston route, Guyana will have one-stop connections to somewhere between 250 and 300 destinations worldwide. In all, Mr. Speaker, airlift capacity rose from 226,000 seats in 2021 to just over 1 million in 2022, and again to 1.2 million seats in 2023. In short, sir, we have doubled airlift capacity in these 3 years. We have seen overall arrivals increase from 844,000 to 937,000 between 2019 and 2023. In so doing, we rebounded from a low of 231,000 in 2020 when we were caught by the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I say once again that these various developments have not come by chance. They have come because we have a vision and we are putting in the work to realize it day in and day out.
Honorable member, time out. We need an extension for you to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, may the honorable member and colleague have 5 minutes or more to conclude. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
Sir, still on tourism, we have moved rapidly at the beginning of our term as we have invited expression of interest for the construction of internationally branded hotels. Our intention was to add about 1,200 rooms to the stock of higher tier rooms by 2025. And we are pleased to report that we are on track to have that target met on schedule. The developers of 5 internationally branded hotels expect to complete construction and start operations this year. I would point out, sir, that alongside this push to bring internationally branded hotels to Guyana, we are also facilitating the emergence of local facilities. One example of such is the Guyana First Urban Eco Lodge at Diamond, where some 28 lodges have been built on 2 acres of land in close proximity to the Providence Stadium. The entire property will be owned by women, and this company has been registered and shares are available for purchase. Mr. Speaker, I'm turning to commerce and industry in the interest of time. I'm pleased to report that our business processing outsourcing initiatives in 2023, we have completed rehabilitation works on the Enmore and Tushan call centers, and as a result, in 2024, 300 individuals will now benefit from employment opportunities in those facilities. Further, 4 new call centers were constructed in 2023 in Regions 2 and Region 6. And this expansion will facilitate up to 1,600 new jobs. I will move to small business support. In the last year budget, Mr. Speaker, we added 300 million into the Small Business Development Fund, with which 1,500 small business owners benefit from access to grant financing. Looking ahead to 2024, our proposed budget underscores government's commitment to the small business community, evidenced by the replenishment of the fund with an additional 450 million for support to the sector. Going forward, we plan to emphasize and expand our support measures for small businesses. One such measure is training and development, which we intend to deliver up to 300 small business owners or operators in some priority sectors. Our aim is to maximize the sustainability of the sector by giving small business owners the tools by which they can build sustainable and resilient businesses. Mr. Speaker, this year we intend to bring to the House the security interest in movable property bill. One of the principal objectives of this bill is to enable small business owners to collateralize movable property so as to gain access to finance. So, for example, a small business owner could move more readily to use, let's say, an excavator or other piece of machinery as collateral for a loan. Turning to our modernization of the business environment, work on the electronic single windows for trade is in its advanced stages. It is projected to go live in just a few weeks in March of this year. The electronic single window for trade will, to a large extent, automate the process for clearing of items for import and export, thus delivering a substantial decrease in the time and expenses associated with the trade-related process. Mr. Speaker, the fact that the first phase of operation of the single window is but a few weeks away again underscores the point that as we move into the year 4 of this administration, we are beginning to see results. Whether it be the single windows or the visitor arrivals or the hotel completions or the operational call centers or the business incubators or the house lot distributions, these results stem from vision, foresight, industry, and the tenacity to stay the course. Mr. Speaker, our approach has proven itself through the results. That is why I support Budget 2024 and urge this entire honorable House to do likewise.
Excellent.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Onesh Waldron, Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce. And now for the Honorable Member, Mr. Richard Sinclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Guyanese people as well as Region 8 for affording me this privilege to give my presentation on this part on this budget 2024. Mr. Speaker, this budget comes at a time when Guyana adjusting to prices for the 10th highest income per capita in the entire world, and it rises to over $1 trillion. It is being read in a country that is regarded as the fastest growing economy in the entire world. Mr. Speaker, rather than bringing hope and joy to Guyanese, this budget has brought sadness and frustration. It seems so much worse because the size and the circumstances in which it is being read. Mr. Speaker, who among us agrees that pensioners should only receive a paltry $100 per day? That is saying, Mr. Speaker, in Georgetown, we have to wait 3 days to get a bottle of water. Sorry, 2 bottles of water. In Madhya, 5 days to get 1 bottle of water. I guess in the Parmakatoy and other outlying areas, it is more expensive. Do my colleagues across the aisle, Mr. Speaker, honestly agree with this? Or they just are afraid to tap their mic and just say, yes, that is true? They cannot admit that they do not believe pensioners should be mistreated. In fact, I pity them. Mr. Speaker, permit me to focus now on some regional issues. We have already highlighted the decline in production by small to medium scale miners, Mr. Speaker, that the government has been presiding over. The approximately 50% drop in only a few years. Some, Mr. Speaker, have come during some of the highest gold prices on record, including the present soaring price of gold. Only a government that is fluent in its management, Mr. Speaker, would oversee such a decline even in that industry. This means that miners, Mr. Speaker, must be keen to work, but the government's mismanagement is holding them back. Mr. Speaker, the people in my community depend on this industry, that's the extractive industry. They have languished under a government that has no interest in their livelihood. These small businesses, Mr. Speaker, benefit from loans to purchase equipment. They should at least benefit from loans to purchase equipment, which we have advocated. The Small Businesses Bureau, Mr. Speaker, the government's attitude towards small business in general is limited in both scope and vision. We need to also see we also need to grant some grants, Mr. Speaker, to help miners increase their capacity to purchase equipment. We need them to benefit as much as possible from the price of gold. We also need to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that these people benefit from the oil resources. Mr. Speaker, we believe that this emphasis on small business must extend into agriculture across our country. Farmers are small businessmen too. We should provide them with loans, grants, and access to areas where they can do proper agricultural pursuits. Grasslands for cattle owners. This will help them to improve their productivity and bring prices down for goods that can be imported into the region. We have repeatedly emphasized regional agriculture, Mr. Speaker, because we believe in the regions, the production of food will lower the cost. The more production of food will lower the cost. This is because it is well established that regions can produce food at a lower cost, and therefore they need the sort of support mechanisms. Mr. Speaker, I do not have to tell that the cost of living crisis is something that is a living memory. Mr. Speaker, however, I want to highlight that Guyana's hinterland suffer the most when prices soar. And this is because most of the people in the region will have to take food stuff on those dangerous roads. Mr. Speaker, with the perpetual high cost of fuel, it must have its effect on these unbearable prices. Mr. Speaker, the 2024 budget is, if not the PPP's budget, last budget, it's the second to the last budget. And Guyanese will welcome this change. Mr. Speaker, we also believe that investing in regional infrastructure is vital, but also from one of their elite campaigners, they had said themselves that we cannot eat roads right in Madhya. But today, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, today they are building roads practically across the region. Quality roads, Mr. Speaker, will lower the cost of transportation, but the kind of roads they build today and it's broken down tomorrow. They throw billions of dollars in education too, Mr. Speaker, but achieve lower pass rates at CSEC, mathematics, than the coalition did with fewer resources. Huge sums are allocated for healthcare each year, But has Guyana's life expectancy improved substantially? The resounding answer is no. The PPP believes in output, in spending, but has little interest in outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind this House that the government of Guyana earned approximately $60 billion of unexpected revenue from the high price of oil that squeezed our gold industry. Why weren't those funds, Mr. Speaker, put to use in keeping the prices of gasoline down, especially in Region 8 and the hinterland? For example, Mr. Speaker, a loaf of bread in Georgetown, where it costs a couple of $100, but in certain areas in the Region 8, it will cost approximately $1,000. Mr. Speaker, this seems to be, there might have been some measure of gold in the bread, especially gold and harvest bread. Mr. Speaker, this budget comes at a time when the country can prove how fast its economy is growing. However, despite all these resources, it can't improve the lives of ordinary people. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about teachers. I'm talking about whatever the high cost of living is doing to its ordinary people. It is widening the gap, Mr. Speaker, between those who have and those who don't have. The PPP talks about equality, but it likes inequality. It believes in its elite, friends, family, and favorites. And they believe that they are the only ones that should matter in this country. Mr. Speaker, the PPP likes to say it's a fair party, one that does not discriminate on the award of contracts. Mr. President, we have forgotten the famous Sue Sen. Where is Mr. Sue today? Mr. Speaker, we still want to hear the law enforcement people and the Vice President provide some form of assistance on the basis of friendship. That's what they do. Mr. Speaker, most Guyanese are friends of that special person, and only through that special person, I guess he also is a friend of the prominent Minister of Public Works. Ever since I was there at the Post Office Corporation. Mr. Speaker, nowhere is this attitude more prevalent in Region 8. This thing about friends, families, and favorites. In my last year's speech, Mr. Speaker, I alluded to the fact that there is something called Warner Bros. Warner Bros. Mr. Speaker, I must stress that's part of the elite group in Region 8, where the family, wife got on the boards, and so the husband gets contract. And so the son gets contract. Selfishness, Mr. Speaker. And if not their friends, a part of the political hierarchy. Selfishness, Mr. Speaker, only people of a certain group. Mr. Speaker, it is careful. Mr. Speaker, I carefully examine the 2024 budget. It offers nothing towards hardworking people who have put together this 2024 budget. I want to thank them for their hard work. But, Mr. Speaker, I think they deserve more than 6.5%. And I want to suggest at this forum, Mr. Speaker, that they be given no less than 50%. Mr. Speaker, my sympathy goes out to the families in the remote areas where it is talked a lot over there on that side of the aisle that they're going to get taxed measures on fuel, water, etc., for the years 2020, 2021, and 2022. But, Mr. Speaker, most of our people do not use pipe water there. Secondly, I want to caution my people in Region 8 because I have discovered that a meter was installed in a particular region in November of last year. And by Region 6. And by December, a bill was offered. And with that, Mr. Speaker, the bill had a date 3 days after, but the second day, the water was cut. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to public works, we are proud of the coalition's many stringent efforts throughout the region. During the 3 years, and I was privileged to travel on those interconnected roadways in the interior there, 1.8 billion was invested, and those roads stood the test of time. I personally traveled on it, Mr. Speaker. One symbol of progress is we move from merely repairing wooden bridges, Mr. Speaker, to the construction of concrete bridges and culverts. Similarly, the coalition remedied the massive, when we talk about buildings, Mr. Speaker, the coalition remedied the massive, costly K2 secondary school, which was started and supposed to be completed by the PVP, but it had massive defects. The building, Mr. Speaker, was unsafe and could not be occupied. K2 is a national embarrassment to our PVP government. And I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that schools like St. George's, Christchurch, may fall in the similar category. These projects are delayed just the same as a long list of schools that the PVP could not have completed during their term of office. I am still waiting for the Maja fire, and especially Maja arcade. I didn't hear anybody from over that side talk about the Maja arcade fire. What I know for a fact, I will leave that for the purposes of a private conversation. This contrasts with the advances we brought to the region, Mr. Speaker, like introducing access to potable water, and we're talking about history-making Paramakatoi water catchment. I was there when the fire was done. Mr. Speaker, what has happened? I'm coming to the mathematics of the day for last year's budget. This, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the sun-dried tomato project in Paramakatoi? This created self-employment to farmers and further employment to processors, Mr. Speaker. It was a landmark project that brought revenue to the village. And also, Mr. Speaker, as a sitting member of the board, we guarantee that every community had access to the completion of roads in the north, and so that the required funds and resources could have gone for the development of the communities. Mr. Speaker, these roads now are unbearable. Our citizens and their goods can barely move throughout the region. Transportation costs is very costly. We are out of office for 3 years and they have not done anything good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before 2015, parcels of land were sold to citizens by government functionaries at the regional level. However, even though my friend, the Honorable Minister of Housing, had gone to discuss water and housing, I haven't heard him talk anything about those lands or those parcels of land around the airstrip area that was sold to private citizens. I'd be glad if he can do that quickly for us. That was sold before 2015 election. Nothing has been done about the displacement of these families, Mr. Speaker, on that Mocha Arcade. But Madia Arcade, sorry. But we can hear in the press, Mr. Speaker, about Charity, Bushlot, West Coast Movies, and all those other places where people had gone to do squatting. They were regularized. Mr. Speaker, I would like this honorable minister to do some regularization of the Madia Arcade vendors and what they were supposed to have gotten since then. But Mr. Speaker, when it comes to education, goal is good. I like that initiative. But last year I spoke about equipping children with the necessary gadgets so they can complete their SBAs. Look at the condition of this one. This was given to me by the National Assembly. I made it available to ordinary poor people's children. I dare none of those ministers over there have ever done something like that to any poor child from their community. Some members of this House may recall the Apple Coalition commenced the 5Bs program, a program that was terminated by this ruling PVP. It doesn't matter, but this help, I am interested in building communities, empowering young people, not destroying them. Mining and logging, etc., is done extensively in Region 8 and other interland areas. There are only one tertiary institution, and I alluded to that in my last presentation, Mr. Speaker. For a teacher training college in that area or a senior, only a teacher training college there. But we need a technical school to cater for the skills that can be associated with mining and logging. Mr. Speaker, I will again, sir. Finally, last year I talked about budgetary allocation, and I had said then that if we divide the budgetary allocation last year by the population, each family could receive $1 million. And I was personally lambasted by the Honorable Attorney General. But little did I have come to put that at rest, sir. I was in company of a special person of legal mind. And there is where that discussion arose, and that decision, those persons, Mr. Speaker, from a strong family, he was referred to yesterday. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, those people in the legal profession must have contributed more to the development of this country than many of us sitting in here. I'm talking about the very special family. There is a strong legal company of people. Not you. But it's for you to find out who that special family is. They have contributed more to the development in the legal profession than many of us here, including the Honorable Public Works Minister. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage this government to encourage the private sector to do much more for the people of Region 8. Because we pay them with a Bank of Guyana check. And most times these checks, Honorable Ashley Singh, Dr. Ashley Singh, there is no bank in Madhya or Region 8 to encash these people checks. So they are left to the mercy of the private sector, who will make sure that they take some money from that check. If I work for $20, I must get $20. So they have to buy goods from the shop before their check can be encashed. Or if it's a contractor, you got to come to Georgetown to encash his check. Mr. Speaker, I am saying, and I'm encouraging this honorable house for us to put measures in place to alleviate that kind of suffering from ordinary people, including teachers, nurses, and all other workers in Region 8. Mr. Speaker, with those things in mind, I have a difficulty, like my colleague, in endorsing this budget unless we do some adjustments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, Mr. Richard Sinclair, for that uninterrupted presentation. Honorable members, we have exhausted the list of contributors for today, and tomorrow we approach the final day of the debates. Honorable Acting Chief Whip for the government. Sorry, Honorable Prime Minister.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, we adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
honorable members, the Assembly stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Have a good night. Thank you.
Not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is always struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.